What kind of person changes the world? The kind of person who does two things. One, she looks around and tries always to see the world as it is. We normalize a lot of what is wrong with this world, but a free thinker looks past conventional norms and sees fault lines that may be unseen to others. For example, women have always been second class citizens in this country, treated as being merely instrumental to the needs of men. It is convenient for men, and even for many women, to keep blinkers on, to refuse to see the full extent of this. But for the sake of our society, it's important to go past these blinkers, to look into the void and give a name to what is there. But this is just the first step. The second step is to actually do something to challenge conventional structures, to make a difference in the real world that goes beyond posturing and signaling and ranting in private. My guest today is one such audacious dreamer who did something crazy a few decades ago. She looked around and saw that women in India didn't really have a voice. They didn't really have a platform where they could express themselves. They didn't have anyone who took them seriously. So she started a feminist publishing house meant to discover these voices, to empower them, to enable the telling of stories that then instantly reached so many others who might have thought that they were alone. The conventional thinking in the 1980s might have been, are they really readers for a feminist publishing house? Forget readers, where are the writers? These questions were flawed because it took a view of the world as it was and not as it could be.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Varma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is a legendary feminist author and publisher, Urvashi Butalia. Urvashi got involved in the feminist movement in the 1970s when she had a job in publishing. She then decided to combine her expertise with her passion, and in 1984 co-founded Kali for Women, a publishing house dedicated to books by women for women. They published a number of seminal books, and she later branched into starting Zuban Books, which continues the good work to this day. As an author, she also published a path-breaking book on partition called The Other Side of Silence, which moved me so much when I read it. Her life has been so rich, and her contribution to Indian feminism and publishing so immense that a single conversation can only capture a small slice of it. And I was so glad when she agreed to give me 4 hours of her time. I entered the conversation already awestruck and exited it admiring her even more deeply. We spoke about many things: the persistence of memory, the other side of silence, how women deal with a dormant anger that remains unseen to men, the fault lines that became evident during partition and that are around us even today. I found this to be such a rich conversation. But before we get to it, let's take a quick commercial break. Though I don't have a commercial, but I do have a break. Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've taught 20 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing. An online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs rupees 10,000 plus GST, or about $150, and is a monthly thing. So if you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just the willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Urvashi, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
Thank you, Amit. Great to be here.
I have to admit that, I've spoken with a lot of formidable women on this podcast, but I feel a little intimidated today because of your enormous body of work, and which is intimidating because it is so formidable and amazing. And also that you're a person who yourself has done so many oral histories, as it were. But perhaps that makes you the best person I could have a conversation with.
I can never understand why people feel intimidated by me. My own self-image is I'm just your ordinary straight next door kind of gal. I mean, I got gray hair, but big deal. So do lots of other women. But anyway, don't be intimidated.
Great, you've put me at ease immediately. I'm going to treat you like the next door gal. So let's sort of start from your childhood. You were born in 1952 in Ambala. So tell me a little bit about your childhood, your family. Where did you grow up? What were those early years like? Give me a sense of the texture of your days as you were growing up.
Well, I grew up in Ambala, which was then in Punjab. It had a very strong sense of being Punjabi. It was also where a lot of partition refugees traveled and housed, including my parents, both of whom were partition refugees, both of whom came independently and they married later. Ambala was like all small towns. Everybody knew everybody else, rather wonderful. We lived in a place called the Grand Hotel, which was like a residential hotel. So people lived there for years and years and years. And we used to sleep outside in the open air under the imli tree that we had. And we had lots of Raat Ki Rani along the drive of the house. So I still remember that perfume very well. And I have 3 siblings, and there was a whole lot of children around, and we all played a lot together, all kind of pranks and such like. There are many incidents that stand out in my mind from that time. Some of sneaking into people's homes to steal the fruit that grew on trees and getting caught. I remember that once one of the people who worked with us, a domestic help, he was, poor chap, pulled into doing these pranks with us, and he broke his arm and was really hauled up by the neighbors. We had gone in to steal, wo bel ka phal hota hai, jo garmiyon mein aata hai. So we would love it because we could break it and take out the pulp and eat it. So there were things like that. My mother was a teacher. She was teaching then at, I think she taught at a school. I can't remember. And my father used to work with the Tribune. The Tribune had moved from Lahore via Simla to Ambala and then eventually to Chandigarh. So he was working in the Tribune and my mom was running the house and working. And we had our entire extended family staying with us. My grandmother, my chachas, my masi, because my parents kind of looked after all of them. I don't know how we managed to live a life because really, I think my mom earned 350 rupees and my father earned perhaps 450 rupees. That was it. And we had 8 or 9 people living in the house and they all got married from there. All my chachas and my mama and others got married from there. We studied in a school called the Air Force School, which later became very historic because it had, in the 62 war or something, a bomb fell on one of the churches that was near the school. By that time we had left. We left at the end of 61. But we were very excited because we had no idea what war meant. But we were very excited to learn that our school had been close to some danger point. I also remember well the Janamashtami celebrations that used to be there around us. There was an area called Lal Kurti near to where we lived. And there was a pond there. So वहाँ पे खूब ज़बरदस्त जन्माष्टमी की celebrations होती थी. And we used to all go off and buy those little mandirs and mitti and all that. Although we are a Sikh family, so there was not much prayer or anything of the Hindu kind. If we went anywhere, we went to the gurdwaras. And we used to go a lot with my grandmother, who took part in the communal kitchen, the langar in the gurdwara. So we loved going with her and sitting with her and making rotis on those big tawas, 6-7 aurtein baith jati thi, and then you could make those rotis and then serving them to people. All that was part of our very sort of open, liberal childhood. We moved in 61. At the end of 61, we moved to Delhi. My father followed Prem Bhatia, who used to be the editor of the Tribune and then moved to the Times of India, and called my dad from Delhi. So my dad came first and then we followed later. And Delhi, to me, I still remember the time, 16th of December, I think, 1961, when we arrived, and late night at New Delhi station or Delhi station, I forget which one it was. But I was struck by the smallness of the spaces. There were flats as opposed to large sprawling houses. People didn't actually go out that much into the streets to play as we used to. Of course, later when we became familiar with it, we realized that there were spaces that we could find even at that time in Delhi. But it was quite a culture shock for us to come from the wide open spaces of Punjab, where you could eat gannas, where you could drink ganne ka ras, where you could actually go anywhere in the city and everyone knew who you were. And so, if by any chance you were lost somewhere, somebody went off in the wrong direction, some shopkeeper would come and say, "Acha, aap Butalia saab ke bache ho," and then they would find us and bring us back home. We loved reading, and there was a shop, the English Book Depot, in the market. And the owner of that shop was a man who just somehow thought that all kids were guests who could come for free to his shop. So he had this, those standees that spin the spinners of books and comics, and all of us would just hang around there sitting on the floor reading. We'd be careful because he had taught us to be careful, but he always allowed all of us to read. And we used to get a treat from my mother every 2 weeks after our reading, when we would be taken to the ice cream shop across the road, where we would each get a chalk bar. And she would eat something else, I forget what, and the entire total bill would come to 2 rupees and 50 paisa that time, or 2 rupees and 8 annas, because we were also dealing in annas at that time. So there were simple pleasures like that, and all around us were signs of partition, which I never at that time recognized. Now, with hindsight, with my interest in partition, I can see that, Sialkot Sari House, or Lahoriya Di Hatti, or Rawalpindi Chappals, etc., all of these places must have been places that refugees had recreated when they came back. So I still remember it with a lot of nostalgia. I have been back many times. Every time I go to Chandigarh, I try to make a stop in Ambala. But of course, there are so many things now that we no longer recognize. It's changed so much, but still it retains some of that character.
One of the things that, sort of interests me whenever I talk to my guests is the question of how we are shaped, how we become what we become. And a lot of that is in ways that are invisible or unseen to us at the time. But then when you look back with hindsight, you realize that, oh, this is how things were. Elsewhere, you've, for example, spoken about your mother and how she had to deal with, your grandmother, who was conventional, who insisted that at meal times the men would be served first, and, saw your mom as a kind of an upstart. But in the way that you describe your mom, it seems to me that while there may not have been the language to articulate any kind of feminism or even a knowledge that such a thing existed, there was nevertheless a sort of lived feminism in terms of just sort of, the constraints that you should not submit to. For example, at one point you've mentioned in this great interview you've done with one of my recent guests, Nilanjana Roy, where you said, quote, "My mother encouraged us to help ourselves. She said that there was no way her girls were going to eat less in her house." I didn't have a word for it. I didn't know the word feminism then, but I learned from my mother that there was nothing natural about discrimination and that it had to be fought. Stop quote. So I'd love for you to talk more about your mother, just looking back at how that shaped you. And also, as you are growing up, all the children are kind of going to school, they're playing outside in Ambala, you are sleeping under the imli tree, and there is that sense of freedom. But in all our lives, in ways that are certainly invisible to men, and even I think girls normalize it, there is this sort of this junction where boys do a certain kind of thing and go in a certain kind of path, and girls are supposed to go in the other kind of path and all of that. So as all this was happening around you, is that something that you were aware of and resented, or is it something that felt normal to you and later on you kind of began to see? And I'm guessing your mom's attitudes would have had a lot to do with that. So I'd love you to talk a bit more about her.
Yeah, in many ways, actually, both my parents, but my father in somewhat unusual ways and in an indirect kind of way. But my mother, yes. So my mother, she left Lahore a little before partition to come and live in Delhi, and she was working here, living in a hostel alone at a hostel that later, so Miranda House, before it actually became a college, had a hostel called Miranda House. She lived there, and she was there when partition happened, and it was from there that she went back to Lahore twice to fetch the family that was there. And one time she brought two younger siblings, and the next time when she went, which I think was as late as July of 1947, to fetch her brother and her mother. The brother, who I've written about, Rana Mama, he refused to come, and he refused to let my grandmother come. And my mother then came back and had these two children with her. And she described, later when we started talking about partition, she described moments when she remembers the partition violence in Delhi. In particular, one of the Muslim women who lived in the hostel with her and whose parents, realizing what was happening, spirited her away somewhere safe, but her possessions were all looted by people screaming out, coming to the hostel, etc. So I think she learned from that time to be an independent person. She and my father knew each other in Lahore, and they wanted to marry. And he had promised that he would come to Delhi and they would get married. So in the meanwhile, she was living here waiting for him to come so that they could marry. And then, of course, partition happened. But they did marry subsequently in Simla. And by this time, she had no father. Her father had died. Mother also was now in Pakistan. She was alone. She had older sisters who were married and who didn't bother. And she had younger siblings who she was looking after. So she was very much an independent woman, making her own decisions. She knew that she wanted to marry this man, and she did. And my dad, on the contrary, was somebody who wasn't as strong. Very often you find women really are able to take their own decisions, and men somehow are often much more vacillating. He was vacillating, and she, later they told us lovely stories of how there was this one woman to whom he was actually engaged, and he didn't know how to say no to her. And then he told my mom, I can't do it. And then she wrote a letter to this woman's father and all of that. Anyway, they married in Simla, a simple wedding. My grandparents, that time my grandfather was alive, didn't like it. My grandfather was actually okay, because when he got to know my mother, he became very fond of her, but they had a very short time together. My grandmother was the conventional Punjabi, sass, and she didn't like that there had been a love marriage. She didn't like that there was no Dahej. She didn't like that this woman did not necessarily kowtow to her all the time. So she discriminated against her in all kinds of ways and she lived with us for a long time and tried to impose her will on her. And my mother, to keep the peace, would do a little bit, but there was a line she had drawn in her mind, which she would not allow my grandmother to cross. But she found her own ways around it. So one of the incidents that I often talk about is because my grandmother would insist that the men are fed first. So my father would be fed first, the two brothers after, then us, and then my mom. And my mom kind of refused to give in to this, insisted that everybody be fed together. But in the early days, she would also tell us that, okay, if this is what's happening, then find your own ways of, subverting this. And one of the things that we used to do was that my grandmother would always sleep in the afternoons, and she slept very soundly. And she used to wear a salwar, those old-fashioned salwars with huge nefas, where you put nadas in them and lots of gathers and everything. So she used to wear those salwars and have a nada on which she tied her keys. And so we would sneak up and untie the keys when she was asleep. And then we would open the tin trunks that she had, in which she kept all the goodies like shakarparas and mattis and etc., etc. And we'd steal them, gorge on them, be happy, retie the keys. And then when she woke up, she would know nothing, but later she would find out. But it was all supported by my mom, that you just do this and do whatever you can. And as long as she doesn't find out, you're fine. And if she finds out, I'll stand by you. So that was always there. And then, one of the incidents I remember very well, which for me was really an important moment in my life. My father was working in the Times of India, in the Tribune there. He used to play cards. He was a gambler. People don't often talk about their parents like that, but he was a gambler, and he was a real gambler in the sense that he played for money and he almost always lost. So economically, our home was often in a very tight situation because we couldn't rely on his income. And sometimes I remember this one occasion, I've written about it somewhere, that waking up in the middle of the night and hearing my dad and a friend of his called Harbans, urgent tones talking to my mother. And they had come from the club where they used to gamble, and they'd run out of money and they'd come to ask her for money. So this kind of thing often happened. Then she actually took us all into confidence, even though we were quite young. And she said, look, don't judge your father for this. It's like an illness, and we have to learn to help him to deal with it. And that made a huge difference to us. So we actually developed very interesting tactics with my dad, where we could talk to him about this, where every time he went gambling and he stayed out late, we would fine him. So we fixed a fine of, it was called DDR, Dhai Rupaya, and that was the top level of the fine. So if he came back at 8 o'clock, he'd have to pay us maybe 1 rupee each. If he came back another time, it would be a little more. But if he stayed beyond midnight, then it was Dhai Rupaya. And it was not only for us, but anyone else who was in the house, any child who was in the house. And, at that time, cousins and siblings would be visiting. So we'd often have 3 or 4 cousins staying with us. So we would have to dole out this money. So it kind of became, it sort of emerged from the silence in which it was. And it became something we could talk about. And in later years, my father remembers, because he gave that up, but much later, but he did, and then continued to play cards in a kind of recreational way along with my mother, but not gambling as in gambling. But in some ways, that strategy of hers also humanized him a great deal for us. He wasn't a very patriarchal type of man in the traditional way. He didn't try to impose his will. And I think partly that was because he was married to this strong woman who would counter it if she needed to. But partly because he wasn't that kind of guy. So he became to us a very lovely, very friendly, extremely vulnerable, very modest kind of chap. And we had a really nice relationship with him. And for example, he and I used to drink whiskey together. He would pitch up at my place and with a whiskey glass and not want to open his bottles but mine. And his brother, my youngest Chacha, would also do the same. So after my dad passed away, my Chacha and I had a celebratory drink in his memory to remember that moment. So all of that I attribute to my mother, what she taught us, that you're not in any way inferior. Don't allow yourself to be discriminated against. It is in your hands to resist it a lot. And if you can't do, straightforward resistance, find a way around it. And also look for people who are your supporters. And in her life, there were so many examples. My dad wanted to have 12 children. She had 4 of us in 6 years. She must have been continually pregnant, and she was working through that time. And when my younger brother, the 4th child, was born, my mom told the doctor, I'm not having any more. You tie my tubes now, and I don't care what the husband says. And the doctor did it. And then she told my father. So she was really quite a woman that way. I sometimes think she was a much stronger feminist than I was, because it came to her kind of instinctually in many ways. So I do owe her a lot, yeah.
That's such a lovely story about her empathy for your father's situation and talking of it as a problem that I can relate to, in the sense that I was a professional poker player for a few years. That's a game of skill and I did well at it. But in the ecosystem around me, because poker is a game which is on the intersection of skill and gambling. And in that ecosystem around me, I found so many gambling addicts who really, in some cases, their lives were destroyed by what they did. And in a couple of cases, I tried to make interventions but failed, even though at a rational level, they knew that, this was an addiction and they couldn't help themselves. But they couldn't help themselves. It just was what it was. It's terribly tragic. And maybe had they had kids who, tried out the DDR therapy, it might have sort of helped. You had alluded earlier to how, when you now look back at Ambala and you think of the shop names, and there's Sialkot and Lahore and Rawalpindi and all of that, and you realize this new layer opens up, which, wasn't there at the time. And I wonder sometimes about the texture of our memories, that do they change with time as this added context comes onto the place? And this is perhaps in two ways. And one way is just when you talk about places and events and so on. And the other way could also be this deepening understanding of people better. Like, I think many of us, when we grow up, we see our parents in a certain way. And maybe we see them in a good light, and then later we see them in a bad light. And then later, as time goes by, we begin to see them as human beings, not as parents, and we kind of begin to see their situations and their conditions and how they became what they became. So I'm fascinated by this question of memory. I had an episode with Achal Malhotra also, who's also, done work on partition. And one of the things I realized about memory while researching for that episode was that when the way the brain works, the first time we remember something, we are remembering what happened. The next time we are remembering the remembering, and so on down the line, till eventually you can have a sort of a Rashomon effect, where two people who experience the exact same thing can, remember them completely differently. And for you, how have you experienced this at both the personal level of your own memories, in terms of, do you feel that your memories of childhood have been deepened, perhaps changed in some ways, with the context that you can now put, that what was once a memory that would make you happy, now it's layered with something else, or vice versa? And just in terms of, the people you've spoken to as well, and I'd like to talk much more about your book in detail later, but I mean, your partition work, The Other Side of Silence, and so on. But just in terms of speaking to people about their memories, you've seen this process play out. And I think memory is not just a linear act that something happened in the past, but you remember it. But every time you remember it, you are kind of recreating it, and it becomes a part of the present as well. So what are your thoughts on this?
Well, you asked so many things there, and difficult things. So let me start, Amit, by saying that I think, in a sense, all of us carry memories inside our heads, and our brains filter out the things we either don't want to remember, or they embed them somewhere deeply, and there may be an occasion on which that memory might surface, and anything could trigger it. An encounter with somebody from that moment, or looking at an object from that time, or even reading a story about it, or anything could trigger it. But I think a memory, in a sense, becomes meaningful and catalyzes other memories in the process of talking and listening. So if you are talking to me today about something, and I recall, in answer to a question that you have asked me, and a moment from my childhood or something, I may not have thought about that for the longest time, but your question sparks off something, and then that thought stays in my head even after we have stopped talking, and somehow more and more opens up. And then the next time I'm having a conversation with somebody, that more and more will enter the picture. But I think it's also not only that. It's not only instrumental in that way or incremental in that way. I think it is also that the person that I am changes all the time. The person that you are changes all the time. And the way, therefore, you look back on a certain memory also changes. So, for me, for example, the fact that in Ambala there were shops named after places in Pakistan, when I experienced those shops, meant nothing other than the fact that in Sialkot House, my mother bought saris. In Jane Soda Water Factory, we got nice milkshakes, or, things like that. It meant nothing else. But when I became interested in partition and when I started researching partition and looking at it, suddenly all those things acquired different meanings. And I realized that they must have been the places that refugees set up when they came, because they carried the memory of those places. Now, I have seen so many such places. I'm just giving you a very mundane example. When I went to, if you go to Amritsar and you go to the Golden Temple and you walk around the bazaar, every second shop has, Jutti ki dukaan, whatever, has a name from across the border. Now, suddenly, when I went back to the Golden Temple, the first time I went there, I think it was in 84 or before the Blue Star operation in 84. But after that, I've been back many times. And each time those places have acquired other meanings for me, because actually I'm thinking so much more about those histories, those moments. At some point, I started to look at the Muslim population of Amritsar and how all of them left and where they used to live in the city. And the next time I went there, the walled city or the old city, which is where the Muslim population lived, suddenly acquired other meanings for me. So, in a sense, I think memory also is something that is dynamic, and you are quite right, it's never linear, because then other things open up, it's a bit like. So today I was reading a friend's translation of the Katha Sarit Sagar. And it is like you start with one story and then it leads to another and another and another. And somewhere they're intertwined and somewhere they're each going off in their own directions. And each time you read that story, it sparks off other stories in your head. So to me, it's a little bit like that. I find it very, very a very rich kind of history, or the wrong word, I suppose, very rich theme to explore, I guess one could say. I'm continually fascinated by it. And I also am very, very fascinated by the silences of memory, because there are things people remember. There are things they consciously put a lid on. And it's not that that memory doesn't go away, but its articulation is something that doesn't happen. And the question I always have in my mind is that because it is unspeakable? Is that because there is no vocabulary to describe it? Is it because there is a fear of what it can unleash if you allow that memory to surface? And what are the kind of struggles that people have with memory? So, for example, why is it that victims and survivors of sexual assault during partition have found it so difficult to speak about it, have spoken so little about it? It's everywhere. The knowledge about it is everywhere. And the silence about it is everywhere. And the women who have lived through it, surely this is not something they've wiped out of their memory. So for me, that too, the struggle and the need to uncover these silences, and yet the awareness of what the consequences could be, this is all part of the whole engagement with memory, if you like. I don't know if I make sense.
No, you've sparked off so many thoughts in me, and There's this lovely quote by Krishna Sopti, which you've written about also, where in the context of partition, where she says, quote, partition was difficult to forget, but dangerous to remember, stop quote. And when I read this, it struck me that this is not just true in terms of partition itself and what happened there. It's true in a lot of women's lives. Like I was part of this WhatsApp conversation a couple of days ago with a group of friends who were talking about how safe are their kids in school and so on and so forth. And at one point, one of my friends, who's a mother herself, said that, listen, here's a reality, that in my generation, before the age of 12, every woman I know was at some point assaulted or abused in some way or the other. And it's just there, right? And this is, of course, something that is perhaps unseen to the men around them, but it's there, like Sopti ji said about partition. It's difficult to forget, but dangerous to remember. And what, like, one, how would you react to that observation? And two, when it comes to dealing with memory in this way, where you suppress certain things but you can't get away from those as well, what are the consequences of coming to terms with it? And what are the consequences of suppressing those memories? Like, does it free you up to be able to share those memories like so many people did with you? Does it free you up, or perhaps do you have to then relive that trauma and so on and so forth?
Yeah, I think that's an assumption that I made when I started doing my research, and even before that, when I did some work with civil liberties organizations on doing investigations into things like the Bhagalpur violence and the 1984 violence and so on. And my assumption, for example, as a feminist, when I went into doing research on Bhagalpur, was that there had been sexual violence and that women had kind of suppressed this. And in talking to the women and helping them to open up about it, I would be doing a service of some kind, that it would, in a sense, free speech, liberate the person, perhaps help them to deal with it. Actually, nothing could have been further from the truth. And I realized that not only in the reactions that I got from women in Bhagalpur, but also in subsequent work. And I think the question that you asked, that, what are the consequences of it? Actually, Amit, we don't know. And the consequences can be really, really serious. And I think that is a real ethical dilemma for those of us who work with people's lives and work with people on the stories of their lives, and also who work with memory. So I'll give you an example or a couple of examples. Once I was talking to a young woman and she was very traumatized, and she told me she had been part of a research project on partition. And she told me that she had been assigned an interview with a gentleman, a Sikh gentleman, who was a doctor at the time of partition, and he was in charge of a particular hospital. And that she had been told that he has some very traumatic stories and you must try to get them out of him. So she kept pushing, asking him these questions. And she kept meeting resistance both from him and his wife. And she couldn't understand why the wife was so resentful and angry and so on. And eventually, one day, he told the interviewer this story of how he had been in charge of a hospital and how the hospital came under attack and the nurses and others had locked themselves up in the room and they begged him to kill them, as happened, in many instances. And he did, not all of them, but I think he killed some of them. Now then, having surfaced that memory, he was in a real state. His wife was furious with this young woman. The young woman was frightened because she didn't know what she had unleashed. And she left, never to return. Now, what can you do? Is this so? The excavation of memory, I think, isn't a simple task that you can do with the simple assumption that yeah, it's been submerged and it must come out and everything will be wonderful and people will be able to deal with their lives after that. No, it's not that. There are consequences to the life of the person, and you have to ask yourself the question as a researcher, that what is my ethical responsibility here? To whom am I responsible? To some abstract truth that, yeah, I've explored memory and I've revealed this, or to the life of that person? And similarly, for example, I still have this dilemma and I haven't figured out what to do with it. One of the things was that during my work on partition, I found completely by accident this book. I've referred to it a couple of times in a secondhand bookstore in Delhi. And I bought it eventually. In the first instance, I didn't. And then I went back and bought it. And it is not a book as in a published book, but it was a publication of the Ministry of, I think, External Affairs or Rehabilitation, I forget what, at the time of partition. And it is a district by district listing of women and children who were abducted, possibly raped. And it gives you the name, the place, the age of the person, her background, which family she belonged to, and the possible name of the abductor, the person she was last seen with. Now, you can deduce a lot from that book. But one of the great temptations as a researcher was to put that material on the net and to see how many stories it would reveal. But it's been 25 years. I haven't done it. I know that there is one other copy of this book, which is in the Central Secretariat Library. So it's not that it's not a public document. But nobody in the CSEC library is going to put it out. But a researcher like me might put it out. Now, what about the families of those women? Often they don't know that the mother or grandmother, whoever that person is, has lived through sexual assault. How will they deal with that knowledge? Can I really do it in the pursuit of some truth? And I haven't been able to bring myself to do it. So in the same way, I think the women in there, suppose I was to find them, I think they would choose silence over speech. And as somebody exploring memory, I would have to respect that choice. So I think it raises a lot of questions about what is ethical practice, what is the purpose of our research, what is truth, what is silence. All of these things come up in connection with the exploration of memory. And yet I do believe that in some ways, opening up memory and making space for remembrance is also part of the battle for justice and recognition and acknowledgement of what people lived through. So somewhere you have to strike a balance. People have to know that this happened to people like us. It happened to everybody. And real names, real people. It's like in Berlin, when you're walking in that city, you see those little copper plaques on the pavement, and you can never be away from that history. So somewhere we need something to remind us that this is a history that we have to learn from, and it involved real people. And to remember those people is to give them the justice that they were denied, is to give them the recognition that they were denied in their lives. Again, I don't know if I make sense.
No, you make a lot of sense. A lot of threads I want to sort of explore from here. There's a Twitter account which actually does this job of, I'll link it from the show notes, I can't remember the name, which does this job of humanizing victims of the Holocaust, where, so each thread will be a story of a person with a photograph if there is one, and immediately it's not a number, it's not a statistic, it's an actual person, and that I think is beautiful and important. I'd done an episode a few months back with the writer Amitava Kumar, and he told me about how when he was examining communal riots and reporting on them in a particular part of the heartland, he went to this village where 7 years ago there had been communal violence, and Hindus from outside had come, and there was a small conclave of Muslims in the village, and they basically killed everybody except one guy who managed to run away and hide in the fields. But when it was over, he saw that all his fellow Muslims were dead, and among the bodies were those of his wife and his children and all that. So you'd imagine that that person's life is completely destroyed and it's over. And then Amitav goes to that village and comes across this man, and he is now living with another wife and with a couple of other kids, and everything is completely normal. There is no, it's as if it never happened. And that leads me to thinking about how important a part of this process of healing is denial. Sometimes you can say that, let's put it out in the open and come to terms with it. But at an individual level, how do you live? Sometimes the only way you live is by denial. You have this lovely passage I'll quote from your book, where you write, the history of partition was also the history of widespread sexual violence, particularly rape, abduction, forced marriage, selling into prostitution. An estimated 100,000 women in both countries are believed to have suffered this fate. For many of them, the history of sexual violation became more complex as time went on, for in many cases, the men who had abducted them ended up marrying them, and because of this, because they were now in relationships with men of the other religion, they became absences in their family. Absences that also led, in many ways, to an absence of memory. For these women's families, once the women had gone over to the other side, you put that in quotes, no matter that this was not a journey they undertook voluntarily, they ceased to exist. Most families that lost female members to rape and or abduction never mentioned them again. So for those of us involved in memory work, here's a question. How do you remember that which does not exist, or whose existence is not even acknowledged? How do you force memory? Or where do you arrest it? Stop quote. And another sort of facet of this denial, which I found very moving, was when you speak about how some people, what they have gone through, they do not have a language to even express it. So you point out this story which a friend of yours recounted of a grandmother who was displaced by partition, who would just stay in the attic all day, and she wouldn't speak in a normal language. She just babble all day in just some imaginary language. And you write, quote, as children, my friend and her siblings were impatient and scornful of the old woman. As adults, they realized that this recourse to babble was the only language she had to deal with the trauma of separation. Stop quote. And I mean, I don't know if this is leading to a question, but you were talking about memory, and I remembered, that incident Amitabha told me about, and perhaps the importance of denial, and perhaps then also the sense that in many small ways in our lives which have not experienced anywhere near that kind of trauma, that all of us, everybody listening also, maybe there are things we choose not to remember. Maybe there are things about us, things that we might have thought or done, or so on and so forth. So I know this is a bit rambly, but, what would your responses be to this?
So you're quite right to say that there are things we choose not to remember. And I'll go back to that point which you made when you said you were talking to this group of parents. And one of the people there said that in our generation, in her generation, women routinely faced sexual violence and didn't really talk about it. So the interesting thing is that, of course, all of us have faced it in our lives. I have, so many people, so many women I know, all of us have. And we have not spoken about it. But in a sense, the memory never goes away. I was thinking the other day, often when I think back to my childhood, somehow the 2 or 3 moments of sexual assault that I faced at the hands of neighbors or whatever, they always crop up. I don't know how or why. Other things get wiped out, some things come back, but these things remain constant. I was talking to a historian friend of mine the other day. She's quite a well-known historian. And she was talking to me about her childhood. And once again, she spoke of a moment in her childhood that remained really sharp and clear. And that was the moment that she was sexually assaulted. And I was thinking to myself how this doesn't go away. So I think at one level that is true, that this memory kind of just stays. But it's also true that we don't have the vocabulary to speak about it. We don't even speak about sex, So how to talk about sexual violation? Where do you get the words to talk about it? our literature doesn't give us any possibility because our writers also don't really know how to write sex. So, in a sense, it's not normalized in our lives. So, we don't have the vocabulary to talk about it. Also, talking can only happen when you are talking to somebody. Memory becomes meaningful in the telling of it in many ways and the receiving of it. So, if you don't have that, then it becomes really difficult. This is why, in the women's movement, in the early days, when women of my generation came into feminism, one of the most important things for us was to sit together and talk about our lives, about our feelings. And I still remember the hesitation with which we started to talk about our bodies, because we were hesitant. Even married women, for example, having faced domestic violence, were hesitant even to speak about that in public because they had always been taught that this is not a public thing. This is a private matter. So how to speak about it in public? And that articulation started in a very hesitant way. How then to articulate something that lies much deeper? Where do you find the words? How do you talk about it? How do you know you can trust these people? So a lot of women's groups in these listening groups built trust with each other by, saying, okay, I'm asking you to tell your story, but I will tell you my story as well, so that I too am vulnerable. And that was also a learning experience for us middle class women, because even though we thought of ourselves as feminists, etc., we went into this thinking, not consciously, but suddenly somewhere in our heads, that we don't face any problems. The problems are out there. And we had to learn to recognize that actually they're in our lives and in our things, in our families as well. So in a sense, the difficulty of speech and articulation about issues that lie so deep and for issues for which we don't have words is what impacts a lot of women. Then I want to go back to your other point that you were making about healing, and can forgetting or not talking about it or silence be a way of healing? I think people come to healing in different ways. And I think one can't generalize that silence can heal or speech can heal. And I want to tell you a story here of somebody who got in touch with me. So I think, several years ago now, maybe 7 or 8 years back, just out of the blue, I got an email from a man in Canada, or in America. And he wrote to me to say that, look, somebody gave me your name. I'm trying to find out my history post-partition. He was a 10-month-old infant at the time, and he and his entire extended family were escaping from what became Pakistan to what became India. So they were his father's side of the family and his mother's side of the family. And somewhere close to the Amritsar, the Wagah border, three men were sent off to look for what could be an easier crossing. And those 3 men were attacked. They went off separately. And it was assumed that they died because they never came back to the kafila that was going. It wasn't a big kafila, just never came back to the group that was going. So then this group was attacked and pretty much everybody in it was killed. This young infant was also left for dead. He was hit on the neck with a machete and the shoulder and thrown on the ground. And then the attackers went away. And then it turned out that a 16-year-old boy, who was his uncle, had escaped the attack by hiding in the bushes. So this is a bit like the Amitabh story. And then that boy got out and he saw this infant was alive. So he took off his pug and he wrapped up the infant in that and walked across the border to Amritsar and took him to a hospital, and where the child was looked after. And a couple of months later, his mamas, who lived in Amritsar, and which is where the entire family was going to, found him in the hospital and took him home. They adopted him and they made him their son, their 4th son. But he had a different name, Sikh names. So the other 3, I think, were called Rajinder, Tejinder and something. And he was called Rashpal. So He often got asked by people, how come you have a different name? And he had no answer to that. And what he remembers is that when he was 10 years old, a man came to visit, and that man took him aside and said, "Do you know who I am?" And he said, "No, who are you?" And the man said, "I'm your father." So this child was a bit shaken, and he went off to his father, his adoptive father, and said, "This is what he's saying. Who is he?" And they told him, "No, no, he's nobody, and he'll never come back again." And that man was sent packing. Now, it was his real father who had actually escaped the attack. And when he came, by the time he came back, he found everybody had been killed. So he took another route and he crossed the border and came. And then he settled down in Gurdaspur, which is 2 hours away from Amritsar. Now, Rashpal grew up without knowing this history. And he came across it when he moved to the States and became a professor there, married, had children of his own. One day he got a phone call from Gurdaspur saying, "Your father has died and left you all this property. We want you to come back." And he was really shaken. And his father-in-law, who was with him, then told him his story. And then retrospectively, he felt, real sense of betrayal that his adoptive parents had never told him this story, that he didn't know who his father was. And he was angry, felt betrayal, and he was psychologically deeply troubled. But he wanted basically somehow to find out more about where this incident happened, what happened. So that's when he wrote to me saying, "Can you help me?" And of course, there are no records, so I couldn't really help him. But what I did do was that I went to Gurdaspur and I found his father's family. And from them, I was able to recover some of the story. And then we were able to find out that one of his aunts, who had been alive at the time of the attack, was in Canada. And so he met her and he got a little more of the story. So for him, the healing was now putting the pieces of this jigsaw together. And then the last stage in that was he wanted to go to Pakistan and see that place where it had happened. And of course, he couldn't. How could he get a visa? But amazingly, he persisted for 3, 4, 5 years, I think. Finally, he got a visa. And he went there. And after that, he felt somehow he could put this history at rest. But by that time, his own family had kind of, scattered, or because they also had to bear the brunt of this thing. So I think that process of healing can sometimes be really complex. And it can't be that you just tell your story to somebody and that's it, you're healed. Wounding.
Read about the story of Rashpal in your book, and it's very moving, and it also kind of makes you wonder because at a rational level he must have known that there is no point going down these tracks into the past. Like, what are you going to gain? You never knew that person. It's over. There's nothing you can really do.
Yeah.
But I can understand that pull, nevertheless. Sort of going back to the question of healing and the fact that all women experience something and men never get it, or men never realize it most of the time, right? Because it's just an extra layer, an extra burden that women carry with them. And I'm just thinking aloud here, but it seems that therefore it would be natural for this to create a reservoir of anger in women. And I'm guessing that one way to deal with the anger would be to be in denial and to normalize whatever happened and to fit within the patriarchal system and perhaps to perpetuate that patriarchy in your own way, as perhaps your grandmother was doing when she said the men eat first. And the other way would be to, live the life of a lived feminist like your mother did, even if you're not actually an activist or doing the kind of things you've done through your life. But even if not that, you sort of at least cast those aside and you live with a kind of freedom. But what I wonder about is there that reservoir of anger, and where does it go? If things like this had happened to me, I don't think it would have gone. I think some of that anger would have shaped me, and perhaps shaped me in unpleasant, ugly ways. But we don't, when you look around you, the world seems like normal and it isn't there. And, but beneath the surface is, so what are your thoughts?
Well, I don't think the anger ever goes away. But I think that many women sublimate it, they put it aside because they know that the only route to survival is to live within the system. And some choose to try and subvert the system from within in whatever possible way they can. So that's what somebody like my mother was doing. She was making her own subversions within the system in which she lived, but she continued to live inside her marriage and to look after her mother-in-law and all of that. Which is why, of course, many feminists, many women who call themselves feminists, are in marriages, and they know marriage is a patriarchal structure. They know they'll have to make many compromises, but they also know that the complexity of being inside a patriarchal structure, where often the perpetrators of that patriarchy are people that you love. So what do? You don't, you can't reject them, and you can't, and you don't want to reject them because you care for them. So you make your compromises and you choose what is it that you can wipe out and forget, and what is it that's important enough to perhaps address. But the choice is not entirely a free choice either, because you know also the limits. You know that you are living in a system where there is no state support, there are no structures, there is nothing that will give you the support and house you or allow you to make your own life were you to walk out of that patriarchal structure. So then there is, there's home and family, but for home and family you have gone, and there's your new home and family, that's all you have. And that's complicated by the fact that the new home and family may be a site of violence, but may also be a site of love and care. And then there's nothing else outside the new home and family that's going to provide you that same support. So you make your choices and you live with them. And I think that when you become a feminist, for example, you acknowledge that anger, that resignation, that constant. I was talking to two of my young male friends yesterday, and I was saying to them, you don't see it, but that constant sense of being discriminated against, of being invisibilized in so many ways. I mean, I was saying to them, think of the simplest thing, think of technology. So I teach at a few universities. I started teaching at Ashoka University some years ago. I have 100 students in my class. I have to wear a mic. That mic is not made for my clothing. It's made for male clothing. It's made for somebody who's wearing a suit, who can pin it on the lapel, who has a pocket. I don't have any of those things. Every time I hold that mic in my hand, I feel this sense of anger that why does technology only take the male body as a norm? So this is just a very small example. You face it all the time, every day. And, you make a choice, whether it's a conscious choice or not. If you allow that anger to corrode you constantly from within, then you're going to be deeply unhappy. So you make a choice and say, okay, these things, okay, I'll just wipe out and I will focus on the real issues. So women of my generation, when we faced sexual assault or harassment or something, we just let it slide. We kept quiet about it. Now, partly it was because we had no structures where we could actually articulate it, explain it, talk to anybody. So we knew that nothing was going to come of it. But partly it was also because we made a choice and we thought, okay, leave this aside. Today, young feminists find that very, very shocking because their anger is so strong and they don't want to even bear 1 minute of it. And they feel that the older generations kind of compromised us by allowing this to happen. And it's true, of course, to some extent. So I don't know, that anger, women have to deal with it, and they find different ways of dealing with it. But sometimes you'll find women getting possessed. That's also a way of dealing with the unexpressed emotions that उसमें तो कम से कम थोड़ा सा freedom तो हो सकता है, to do what you like. So
When you talk about the dilemma of living in homes which are the site of violence but which are also the site of love, I'm reminded of Bell Hooks writing about how much she loved her father, and how much, it's not just about anger and hatred. That dilemma is there. These are still the men you love, so what do you do and where do you go from there, which is such an everyday thing. And you mentioned that lapel mic, and the metaphor I like to use is that of air conditioning. That, air conditioning in most offices, began in the 1950s, and there were only men in offices.
Yes.
So it was set at a particular temperature. And the point is that at that temperature, women's bodies, they just feel cold. Their optimal temperature is a little higher. And yet air conditioning temperature has kind of remained like that because world designed by men for men and so on and so forth.
I mean, I face it every day when I drive my car. I bought a new car 3 years ago, and I searched. I'm short, right? So I need something that allows me to push the seat forward to reach the pedals. And I searched and searched for a car where my knees did not come up against the dashboard. But it was difficult. So finally, I chose the one where they came up least against the dashboard, but it's just not made thinking of, 5 foot nothing or 5'2", which is the average height of the Indian woman. Okay, can we make a car that allows for that? No, we make a car that allows for 5'8", 5'9", or something like that. And you have to just make do.
Or, pockets. Being another sort of example of that. And we are actually recording just a day after the Supreme Court judgment in the US on Roe versus Wade, which essentially says that, hey, women don't own their own bodies, in a manner of speaking. And, this should sort of lead to a sense of rage among everybody, I guess. But it also shows you that besides gender, there are all these other factors playing into the game, like ideology and religion and all of that, that so many women will actually support the decision, and that kind of complicates it.
Many women will actually support the decision. Yeah, that's right. Because you're quite right. It's playing into religious sentiments. And actually, that reminds me of something that you mentioned that I wanted to go back to when you said that what do you do with this anger? So that is also why, because there is so much anger at the continuous discrimination that you face, that's also why you see this phenomenon that everybody talks about, where they say, why is the mother-in-law harassing the daughter-in-law? Because once she gets some power, who is she going to take it out on except the most vulnerable person? And, putting aside the fact that she has lived through this herself, she'll take it out on the daughter-in-law. And that is where it comes from. But I don't know, it's a bit tragic that. But yeah, you're right about Roe versus Wade. I mean, the overturning of Roe it's just something that seems so unlikely to happen in this day and age, right? And with the majority of judges upturning it. But I read a very, very interesting piece in the New Yorker, which talked about how in the US, at least, much of abortion is today medical abortion through pills that you can take, and raising the question about whether this will impact that or not. And that what will happen is that the surveillance state will now become much stronger, because the medical data, your medical prescriptions, what you're buying, etc., those are trackable. So they can track if you're buying these medicines. And there are some possibilities for women to go into the next state and purchase them. But even now, they're putting in place things which can also track that. So it not only impacts... It's not only about the woman's control over her own body, but it is also about her life. Because you're making the assumption that she has to carry that fetus to term, she has to give birth to it, she has to look after it, she has to have the money to look after it, she has to put aside the next 20, 25 years of her life. And you're making a decision on that without taking the woman into account. I find that it's really shocking and disgusting, and I hope that things like that don't rub off in this country, but who knows?
I mean, that, like you said, that you didn't expect it to happen, and neither did I, because One is sort of imagines that the longer arc of history goes towards justice or freedom or whatever, but it goes towards a better place. And there might be ebbs and flows, there might be the rise of authoritarianism in some countries, but overall it's fine. The battles we've won, they're not going to suddenly be turned back. Do you have that same sort of optimism? And I've had different guests on this show expressing, different views on this. Though I think by and large they're optimistic on the long arc. But what's your sense of this? Like, that does it make you reconsider whether the long arc may actually be going towards a good place, or were we constructing a long arc based on a small sample size?
I think a bit of both. I wouldn't say that we were constructing a long arc based on a small sample size. I would say that we were constructing a long arc based on hope. And I think hope is much more widespread than we kind of acknowledge. So if you are just looking at women's rights and legislation on women, etc., and if you look at the long arc, I think that the ways in which there has been a marked improvement in legislation, and you can argue that it's not implemented on the ground, all of that is true. But this improvement, which has come about not on its own, not with the state suddenly saying, we'll do good laws, etc., but through women and women's movements pushing for it, it's beneficial to a much wider group than the group that's pushing for it. So it's unlikely to go back. At least that's the hope that we start with. And unlikely to face opposition. If it didn't face opposition when it was happening, it's not likely to. If you take a concrete example, if you look at the 1992 constitutional amendments on Panchayati Raj and the reservation of seats for women, there wasn't much hope when it happened. There was a lot of skepticism, but there wasn't huge opposition either, because nobody thought, especially our politicians, that it was in any way significant, because it applied to poor women, village women, So as long as it's not coming in parliament, what are they bothered about? But actually, it has been one of the most significant changes. And from a 33% reservation, we are now up to 50% in many places. We have nearly half the elected posts now are with women, so 1.4 million out of 3 or something. And everywhere, not everywhere, but let's say even if half of that, there's skepticism that they are panchayat patis and all of that. And that's not untrue. There'll always be some falsification and something going wrong with any change. But the other half have done fantastic work. So in many ways, it's tough to kill that hope. And I have always held that where women's rights are concerned, it's going to be difficult for us to move back in this country. That maybe we won't go ahead too much, but to go back will be difficult. But now I don't know. If you can have something like Roe and Wade going back so much, maybe these kind of things can also happen here. So it's difficult to know whether to be hopeful of that long arc. But actually, it's also not possible to be anything else. You have to at least retain some of that hope and see if things shape up that way.
Let's go back to an earlier point in the long arc, as it were, the long arc of this conversation, and continue talking about your life. Tell me, let's sort of go back to your childhood and tell me about sort of the other influences that shaped you, in the sense that today we assume that, you have the internet available to you, all the knowledge in the world is available to you, you can do whatever, watch whatever, read whatever, listen to whatever. And that, of course, wasn't the case. And often, for people of my vintage or older, what you had was going to shape you in some way. It was all that there was, You read whatever you could get your hands on, you watched whatever you could watch, so on and so forth. So tell me a little bit about sort of growing up. What was the scene in terms of what were the books that were around that you were allowed to read. In some place, I think you've described your family as an atheist Punjabi family. So I'm fascinated by that as well. About because like 1950s is a pretty early time for a family to be atheist and to identify as such. So I'd love to know more about that as well. So tell me a bit about all of those influences, intellectual, artistic. What's going on there?
So religion was never a big thing in our house. And when I say atheist, I mean that I never saw my mother or my father go into a religious institution, into a temple or into a gurdwara, yes, at some point, but not that much really. So we, whenever Diwali or festivals were celebrated, the puja part of it didn't happen because it just didn't happen. We didn't even know what the rituals were or anything like that. So it wasn't as if my parents said we don't believe in God, but there was no godlike ritual or godlike image or anybody floating around. We had, as people often do, a picture of Guru Nanak, and that was taken out whenever my grandmother came to live with us. So in Ambala, she lived with us. And then when we moved to Delhi, she started this thing of living with each of her sons for 2 or 3 months at a time. So then we used to bring out the Guru Nanak picture and keep it there as a place for her to pray. We still had, we had the Guru Granth Sahib in the house, but it was never read. It was a book that was just kept away. And the only time I remember my father actually praying or wanting to pray or anything like that was when he was going to gamble and he wanted to win. So he would then go to the Gurdwara beforehand or something. And I remember that once I went somewhere to do a talk or something. And at the end of the talk, they gave me this large wooden Ganesh flat at the back, which you could hang up on a wall. And I didn't know what to do with it. So I thought I'll give it away to somebody. And my dad said, nahi, mujhe de de. And I said, what will you do with it? So he took it and he put it in the stairwell of their house. And he said, now every time I go to the club, no, I'll just ask him to give me some money. So in a sense, there was a kind of healthy disrespect also. But of course, when my parents passed away, and my father died earlier than my mom died, about 10 years after that, we did have a religious ceremony, but we basically had the Sikh ceremony because it's much the simplest one, and they had not expressed any desire to not have any religious thing. So we did the basic thing for them. But we also subverted it. When my dad died, I was determined that, like my brothers, I would also light the fire under his body. And the Pandit was we took him to the cremation ground and the Ragi was there and the Pandit was there. And the Pandit was very upset and he said, no, girls can't do it, etc. And I said to him, nothing doing. It's my father, not yours. I'm going to do it. So I did, and I actually called my sister and my 2 sisters-in-law, and we all did it together. With my 2 brothers. And then my nieces also came along after that. And I also insisted on carrying his body, which again did not go down very well. But I decided that, there were my brothers, my cousins, but there was also a whole bunch of neighbors, many guys he didn't even like, So I thought, who the hell are they? They didn't even get along with him, so why should they do this? So that too was an interesting kind of battle. And then when my mother passed away, by that time the family also knew. So nobody in the family objected when the women actually carried her body to the cremation ghat. So I forgot, what is the question you asked?
About all, one was about atheism, but in general, about your influences, intellectual, artistic, books, music, films.
Yeah. So it's why this atheism track took me here. Influences, well, as I said, I read a lot. The interesting thing is, one of the influences for me was the flow of languages around us in the house. I became very interested in languages in that time. So my parents spoke to each other in Punjabi. They spoke to my grandmother in Punjabi. They spoke to us in Hindi and encouraged us to also speak to each other in English. So we grew up with these three languages. And later in life, I learned to read Gurmukhi. And I learned to read it for some very strange reason, but I was really happy because it took me 2 days to learn the alphabet. And then, of course, because I knew the language, it was much, much easier to read. So one of the things was growing up with these languages around us. Another interesting thing was sport. My mom used to be a badminton player. She loved doing that. So when she could, she would go off and play badminton in the club. My brothers played cricket, and my sister and I, we played hockey. And so we all learned to be quite sporty, although I have to say that I didn't retain the interest afterwards. Just got too involved in reading books. And that was the other thing, that my mother, because she was a teacher of English, and our teachers in the schools encouraged us all to read. Now, were we forbidden to read anything? Well, yes, to some extent. We were forbidden to read comics. Not forbidden, but told don't read too much of it. And we used to, of course, read them. We would steal torches and hide under our razais and then read them. Parents and all knew that we were doing that, but they didn't really stop us. I think one of the things that my parents did was they decided from early on, and I don't know if this was my mother and father together or just my mother, to trust their kids and never to say to them, you can't do this, but just advise them and then let them take their own decisions. So we were, for example, never told you can't smoke, you mustn't smoke. And the interesting thing is none of us took up smoking. We were never told you can't smoke in front of your parents if you want to, but since none of us ever smoked, it didn't matter. From a young age, we were allowed to be quite independent and move around on our own. My parents didn't ask to keep track of us because they didn't know how to. In any case, at that time, there were no cell phones or anything. So we learned to travel outside, travel by bus, come back home, when it was dark, all of that, without thinking that there was anything wrong with it. We were always encouraged to bring our girlfriends, boyfriends, friends into the house. We were always, many of our friends grew up in our home. But my mother would very clearly say to them, you're welcome to come here. You can spend as much time as you like. You can eat here, drink here, sleep here, etc. But when you're eating, I will not cook for you. You will go to the tandoor nearby and you will buy rotis and dal and bring them. And then you can all eat here and you'll wash your own bartans. So actually, our friends loved it. They loved this kind of independence that they got. And when we moved to Delhi in the 60s, we moved first to Nizamuddin and then to Jangpura. And our house was filled with all our friends who just milled about and pretty much stayed there all day. So that built very, very close friendships. And many of those people are, part of our lives today. And because we were quite close in age, the siblings, my sister, the eldest, is now 3 years older than me. I mean, now 3, she's always been 3 years older than me. So the difference between her and my younger brother is 6 years. Yeah, 6 years. So we were quite close in age. We went to university together at the same time. Reading-wise, one of the things I remember very much is that we were fascinated by the story of this, the Headless Horseman. There was this comic and this story, and we were fascinated by it. We were really frightened by it. And we were convinced that this horseman would come at night and kill us all or do something. So my mother, being the clever lady that she was, said, ye jo aise log hote hain, they get very frightened with lohe ki cheez. So then we would all think when she was asleep, we would sneak off and get tala and chimta and churi and kadhai and whatnot and keep them by our bedside and make sure that the headless horseman did not attack us at night. Of course, everybody knew what was going on. So comics, we read a lot of books. I read a lot of course, all this Enid Blyton and all that kind of stuff. But we also were provided with Chanda Mama and Hindi magazines and books. And I grew up reading those. And I'm actually really grateful to my parents for that, because a lot of the time English predominates, and you don't sort of think of other languages. So even though we grew up with Hindi and Punjabi around us, most of the reading would in the normal course have been in English. But because our parents just, made sure that these things were around, certainly I read them. My siblings didn't as much. So of the 4 siblings, I am the one who's kind of most fluent in Hindi and continues to read that today. But the others are absolutely fluent in speaking and everything, but they don't read or write or anything. So those were the books that we read early on. We read all the classics. My mother was a great admirer of Mahadevi Varma and her poetry. And I remember her reciting Mahadevi Varma's poems to me when I was young. And she used to have a beautiful book of hers, which I still have, of drawings, beautiful sketches and poems. And I still remember being fascinated by it because it used to have the drawing. Now as a publisher, interested in paper and print and everything, I can see what it was. But at that time, it was quite fascinating that there would be one orange page with an orange drawing on it, and then the poem on the facing page, but in orange on white, and a transparent paper in between to preserve the drawings. It was quite a beautiful book. So I preserved that. She often told us stories. So one of the stories she told us a lot of, and which I later then read much more of, was the story of Heer Ranja. So we became familiar with some of the Punjabi stories of Sassi Punnu, Heer Ranja, others. So these were the kind of influences, I suppose, that we grew up with. There were many other things. I think Nehru came to Ambala once, and we all were lined up on the streets in our best frocks to meet him. We were taught music and dance. I remember learning Kathak as a child. And I still remember the dress we used to wear of green kurta with an orange bandi and a white silk churidar and a little topi. And my mother was very interested herself in music and theatre. She worked with Sheila Bhatia in some of Sheila Bhatia's plays, and she used to play the sitar. So these influences were all around us, literature, music, movies. We used to be allowed to go once a week to the cinemas in Ambala, Defense Cinema, Capital Cinema, to watch movies which were very, very cheap, and everybody knew us, so we could easily go there. So those are some of the things. There's many others which I suppose will return when I start thinking about them.
You've brought many of my own little memories flooding back. I think the Headless Horseman was from The Legend of Sleepy Hollow by Washington Irving. I mean, that's, probably, I think, where the character came from. And also, I remember now when I was, in the early 80s, when I was a young boy, my parents were subscribed to Chanda Mama in both Hindi and English because they wanted me to read both. And unfortunately, I have let them down by losing the Hindi habit, but I keep telling myself that I'm going to get back to it sometime. You mentioned friends flocking in and out of your house, friends there all the time. You still know many of them. And one of the themes that has interested me in recent times is friendships. In the sense that, some of my guests, like I remember, for example, Abhinandan Sekri saying this, that all his friends are friends he made before 25, and he's had no new friends since then. And one can understand that because they're the people you've grown up with, they're in your comfort zone, it is what it is. In my case, most of my dear friends are people I've made well into adulthood, and they've in a sense been enabled by what the internet did to us, by allowing us to form communities of choice, which while earlier we were restricted to communities of circumstance, the geography where you are restricts you to a certain group of people. Your sort of where you are located on the social ladder can restrict you to a group of friends. But now you can meet people with common niche interests that you might have and that no one else you physically know might share with you, and you can form friends based on shared interests and shared values. And this is something that strikes me, especially in modern times, where I hear this constant lament from people that, my old friendships are fraying because so and so is support so and so in the political arena, and the WhatsApp groups have become really ugly, and you're having to look at everyone in a new way. So, at one level, I sort of lament that there is an overall lack of rootedness, I sometimes feel, and that goes back to not having childhood friends. So they're there on Facebook, but I've never really had friends who've lasted from that period. Whereas at the same time, it is a blessing to be able to have friends with whom you have those shared connections of shared values or shared interests and so on and so forth. So, what are sort of your thoughts on this through your journey in terms of just the way friendships develop and relationships develop and so on?
See, our friendships or my friendships really started to develop after we moved to Delhi, because when we left Ambala behind, and we were children then, so we don't, I mean, there are people we knew then who we are still in touch with today. Not too many of them, but some of them. For example, there was a family who lived next door to us of several brothers called the Sens. And they had two brothers, twins, who were called Lal Neel. And oddly enough, Lal had a blue mark on his neck, which is how we always knew the difference. And suddenly they resurfaced in our lives somewhere recently. So on and off, we are in touch with them. But at that time, pre-Delhi times, the social circle really was family and cousins, a lot of cousins, and all the marriages of my aunts and uncles that were taking place in our house. So my mama got married, my mother's younger brother got married in our house, then one of my chachas got married in our house, then another chacha, then we traveled for another. So it was like they were all in their 20s or 30s, so they were all getting married. And because my dad was the eldest brother, so it became his responsibility to do that. And there were a lot of cousins, and we used to meet a lot, and all summer vacations were taken up with cousins. My uncle was stationed in Dehradun. He was in the army, so every summer vacation was in Dehradun. My mama was in Srinagar, so then we would go to Kashmir and that kind of thing. Friendship started forming when we moved to Delhi in school and then university. And many of those friends stay, even though, for example, me, I'm not on Facebook. I've never been. And I'm not very much on social media. So those possibilities of forming communities and everything, which are very real, I think, those are things that have never opened up for me. But old friends have been around, and I'm still very much in touch with my school friends. In fact, just yesterday or day before, I was talking to a friend. She and I were at school together. And my brother and sister-in-law are now visiting her in Austria. So they were sending me lots of pictures and things from there of them sitting together and talking. But we have remained in touch for the longest time. But where friendships are concerned, one of the things that has been most meaningful actually for me is the kind of friendships that we have formed inside the women's movement. The whole sort of involvement in women's activism and in feminism has been built on a base of female friendships, which, often as women of my generation came into feminism and activism, we began questioning the ways in which we had accepted a lot of patriarchal privilege in our friendships and relationships with our men friends. And we began to find spaces in female friendships. I make it sound like an academic thing, but it isn't academic. I mean, it was very real. But in trying to find a few words in which to express it, I'm making it sound like an academic would write it in a book. But anyway, we began to find these spaces which were very intimate spaces, which were spaces of great intimacy where we could share everything and anything about our lives. And we knew that there would be no betrayal, that there would be trust. And that was an amazingly empowering and enabling thing. Just to know, this is exactly what you're talking about, finding communities of choice. It was our community. And that community was built on female friendships. And I remember one of my friends in Sri Lanka talking very movingly about this. And when she was talking, I thought, yeah, this is what we have also lived through, although in a different way. She was talking about the war and the conflict and how that had divided people along different identities, Sinhala, Muslim, Tamil, etc. And how the women who had been together in feminist activism had created another kind of subtext in this, where they refused to give in to the identity divisions, or they tried to refuse. It's not that they always succeeded, because those divisions have a way of overriding other things. But they also would, for example, if somebody wanted to attend a meeting and she was a Tamil woman wanting to go to a meeting, her Sinhala friend would take care of her children, that kind of thing. So they provided solidarity to each other in this very, very difficult circumstance. And when we heard those stories, they were really important for us. There is another story that I often find very, very inspiring. It's a story of this woman called Sharifa Khanum. She comes from Tamil Nadu. As her name says, she's a Muslim woman from Tamil Nadu. She was living and working in Delhi in the late 80s. And she had Tamil, English, and Hindi because she was working in Delhi. And then she got asked to come to a women's conference that we had in Patna, where she was asked to work as a translator, to translate things that women were talking about, especially for women from Tamil Nadu who were there. And when she came to that conference, one of the things that surprised her was that she sat in this meeting where women were together from different parts of India, and they were sharing their lives. They were talking about their most, daily issues, intimate issues, issues to do with domestic violence, etc., etc. And she was shocked, and she felt that this is something that we have always been told is private, and here are these women talking about it in public, although that public is a controlled public. And that inspired her to go back home to Tamil Nadu and to start to set up a women's Jamaat, which she then did, and which today has grown to a huge organization with thousands and thousands of members. But when you see those women sitting together and debating on a case of domestic violence or something else and trying to reach a resolution of that case, what shines through those interactions is the friendship that they have. There is a way in which they're ease with each other. They're laughing and joking and cracking jokes that all of them know, and yet being empathetic and all of that. And that, I think, is one of the most precious things that the women's movement has given to all of us, certainly to people like me. So when you say friendship to me, I cannot separate it from that. So it's not to say that one doesn't have male friends. I have many very good friends, and friends I've known for the longest time, and we are able to talk about everything under the sun and be vulnerable with each other. But somehow these kind of friendships have a different meaning altogether, because they're not only personal, they're also political.
What you said about Sri Lanka, where, a Tamil woman will go out to a meeting and her Sinhala friend will look after her kids and all of that. Very moving. And this leads me to something that I've sort of spoken about with different people in different episodes. The economist Shruti Kapila at one point was talking about, why don't, was wondering why don't women mobilize themselves as a voting bloc? It would be so powerful. It's half the people. And women's issues surely should be the most important issues to them. So why don't they do it? And I also had an episode with the journalist Rukmini S, who, looked at all the data across the country, voting data, election data, and all that. And her conclusion was that women do not vote as a bloc anywhere. They are voting alongside whatever other margins people vote at, but it's not as a block of women. And it strikes me, therefore, that the ways in which people vote, at least as far as it comes to identity, that there are shifting sands, and I wonder if some of those appeals are stronger than the others. For example, there was a time where you could argue that the electorate was pretty mandalized and everything was on the basis of caste and so on. What the BJP manages to have done is consolidated a lot of the Hindu votes, and obviously not even perhaps a majority of them, but enough to bring them to power comfortably, where people across caste lines are voting more and more for the BJP, and that's a Hindu vote. So it's on the identity there is that Hindu identity rather than, say, a caste identity and so on. Though, I mean, caste identities, of course, play into it because they've appealed to, non-Jatav Dalits by saying the Jatavs are oppressing you, and non-Yadav OBCs by saying the Yadavs get all the spoils and all of that. So there are these constant shifting sands of identity and what matters to you at a particular time and all of that. Do you see a realistic hope for a time where enough women can just say ki bahut ho gaya, women's issues matter, we are going to go with whoever speaks to us the best, and and that becomes something to lines to mobilize along, because after all, half the people in this country are women. So what are sort of your thoughts on this?
This is, I think this is not a subject on which I can speak with any expertise or knowledge, but if you look at the last election and you look at the studies done by Pranoy Roy and others, the NDTV studies, that they very clearly indicate this very interesting trend, and that's visible also, that women voters are now not voting with their families or communities, but are voting for the development agenda to some. I put it in quotes because I don't know what else to call it. But they're voting for people they see as giving them what they need, infrastructure, perhaps, gas cylinders, even though they cost money after number one, but nevertheless. And also that the women's vote and the percentage of women who are voting is increasing all the time. So I think there is a way in which women's political awareness is certainly changing and stepping outside of the family fold a little bit. But whether there will be a time when women will look at a woman candidate who is taking up women's issues and give her the vote, I think that will take a lot more doing, because how can we judge these things? We can speculate, or we can, I suppose, look at what we have in front of us as a little bit of evidence. So if you look at what's happening in the panchayats, there you can say, okay, we can see some signals that if a woman does well, and if she shows herself to be competent, and if she is looking at issues that matter to women, because I don't think many of those women who are fighting panchayat elections would go and say, I will focus only on women's issues, because they also know what this power structure is like. But in a sense, by saying we'll look at, the PDS distribution and the fair price shop, and we'll look at the sanitation, and we look at the community center, and we look at the school, and they are looking at things that deeply impact the lives of women. So I think in some ways, women are making those kinds of choices. And perhaps we can extrapolate from that to say that if this were to happen at a larger scale, maybe they would choose that person. But again, the other thing is that person has to be seen to be powerful and able to make those change, or that party has to be seen to be powerful and able to make those changes. So no matter how much the Congress party today, suppose they suddenly adopt a women's agenda from tomorrow, it's not going to swing the women's vote their way, because women will also see that, where's the power? Where are the resources to actually implement all this? Is this just intentionality, or is it just rhetoric? What is it? So in that sense also, I think it's going to be tough unless you can get somebody who can do that. To some extent, when Mayawati came in the first time, she was able to reach out in that way because people did believe what she said, because she came from the community she was talking about. And so did women believe what she said. But I haven't seen a strong female figure after Indira Gandhi who wasn't particularly bothered about women anyway.
I'm really, I'll go down another track which I visit often in my episodes and I think a lot about. You mentioned about how, if a particular party was to promise a deliverance to women, women would still be skeptical because they would be like, where is the power and all of that. And I think one reason, not just women, but everyone is skeptical of politics delivering anything, is because the core consideration is that, look, if our society is like this, what is politics going to do? Politics, after all, is supply responding to demand. And the one question that I have been grappling with for a long time is that when I grew up in my elite English speaking bubble and all of that, one imagined that the world was, secular and tolerant and liberal and all of those things, and everything else was an aberration and so on and so forth. And one of the realizations I've had over a lot of reading and going out there and recording episodes with people like Akshay Mukul, who wrote the great book on the Gita Press, one of the realizations that I've had is that our society was always this way. It was always bigoted and misogynist and all of these things. And that what is happening now is that politics, in a sense, has caught up with society. That it is not as if the toxic politics that we see now is driving society in a particular direction, though, of course, now we are perhaps in some sort of vicious circle, but that our society was always like this. And therefore, it is, anybody would then look at politics with skepticism, because their sense would be that, if society is so deeply patriarchal, for example, what does a politician promising mean? What does a politician promising something mean anyway? And we've kind of, I think, seen over the decades, like the big lesson that liberals should have learned is that top-down interventions don't work. That in this case, Gandhiji was right, that we need to change society from the bottom up if you want to make society liberal. So I want to ask you your sense of this, because one way of looking at Indian society is what I just articulated, that if on the margins of gender and caste and so many other things, we are a deeply illiberal society, always have been. Another way would be to say that, whatever you say of India, the opposite is also true, and therefore, we are also liberal in terms of the way that we assimilate everything. If you look at our culture and our languages and our cuisines and all that, we just naturally take in influences from everyone. But I tend to be more on the pessimistic side these days. So what is your thought of this? Because when you sort of look back at society through the decades as you've experienced it, do you think that this was always dormant and it was waiting to find expression, and that's happened today and perhaps been amplified today, but that it was always there? Or do you feel that no, that this is a disturbing development and this is something that has come up in modern times, and society once upon a time was a nicer, gentler place? So I really don't know. So what's your take on this?
This is the kind of question you should be asking Pratap Bhanu.
I am,
He'll
actually.
give you a very erudite, knowledgeable answer to it.
No, I have, and I've had a long episode with him. But you've got more lived experience than him, right? Because you're just from being older, and also from being someone who hasn't worked in an air conditioned office all her life, but you've gone out there and been out there. So that makes you the perfect person to ask. In fact,
No, look, I think both things are, if possible, simultaneously true. But I'm not saying what you said. One way to go down this road is to say whatever you say, the opposite is always true. Yeah, sure, it is, but big deal. We can keep saying that. So, But I do think that both things are true. I think that there is a way in which in our society, the seeds of both discrimination and violence have always been there. So, even if you put gender aside, even if you put religion aside, something like caste, how could it have the resilience that it does if it hadn't been for the deep hatred and internalized casteism that we all have inside us, even though we like to think we are very liberal? So, when I'm teaching my classes, for example, and the sessions we do on caste, I often bring in a Dalit speaker, and basically I just ask them to talk about their lives. And it's something that my young students have never even considered. But when you talk to them, they will say, no, but we are not casteist. And then when you start opening up that experience and start questioning them about it, they will say, oh, yes, now we realize that the woman who comes to work in our house, she drinks out of a different cup. So suddenly those things start to become visible, which you have taken as normal, which is the same thing with gender discrimination. When people start to articulate it, that's when you actually also start to see it. So I think that these things have always been there in our society. I don't think the image of India as a non-violent nation is actually true. And yet I would say that if you look back at, let's say, history as we know it, you look back maybe 200 years, maybe more, who knows. If these things were so deep, we would have all been killing each other constantly all the time. So what's the glue that holds these communities together in some kind of social contract that recognizes that there is deep discrimination? It's very misogynist, it's very casteist, it's very, full of prejudice, full of anger. And yet there's something that keeps people from being continually violent towards each other. So this was a question I was also faced with when I was working on partition. That when you look at Hindu-Muslim societies, if you just look at the Punjabi Hindu and the Punjabi Sikh was extremely wealthy, better off, occupied all the sort of top professions, teaching or all kinds of things. Whereas the Muslim was a peasant, the landless laborer, deeply indebted, perhaps the most indebted peasant in India, and also subjected to the kind of discriminatory treatment कि आपके घर का खाना नहीं खाएंगे, पानी नहीं पिएंगे, ये वो. So you have the conditions for an outbreak of violence right there. And if it happens, nobody's going to be surprised by it. And yet you don't see it until such time, or you don't see it in any great measure until such time as the British start kind of stoking it. So I'm not sure what the answer is. Is it that people continue to live with inequality and discrimination and don't really protest about it until something catalyzes that protest? But if I try to bring that knowledge to bear on the women's movement, I don't see that happening over there. Yes, women continue to live with discrimination, etc. But in this century and in the past century, so if you take it from the 70s on till now, when you have seen feminist activism, it hasn't come out of a context of anybody uksawing the women, but it has come out of a context of women themselves actually realizing post-independence how the promises of independence to them are not being fulfilled. And that is driving them to fight for the change that they want. you might say that the difference is that is not violence, that is protest and resistance, whereas in other cases you have violence against the other community, and that could be a possible kind of explanation. But I also don't think that, even though, Akshay talks about the Hindi public sphere, and that study of the Gita Press talks so evocatively about the ways in which that forms a base for what we call Hindutva today, I still feel that the what we perhaps misname as secularism, and maybe we need to see it as respect, acceptance, tolerance of other religions. I still think that is a very deep characteristic of this society. But I don't have an adequate explanation for how these two things exist together. What I actually fail to understand, and I don't know if Pratap or people like that can explain it, or even if Akshay can explain it, is this deep sense of feeling victimized by the Hindus. Where does that come from? I can't see the logic of it at all. And I don't know, there was, RWAs these days, these resident welfare associations, they are hotbeds of this kind of WhatsApp messages passing on. So there was a WhatsApp message on our RWA the other day, which said, mosques get this much allowance, rupees XYZ per, I can't remember, per day. Churches get so much and temples get so much. And it looked like temples get half of what mosques get. And then there was a little text next to it saying all the, predictable things. So I just read it, and usually I don't respond to these things. Then I just responded saying, this is not a forum where we should be putting these things out, and we should be careful about all of this. Then I got some mail back saying, yes, but the truth is the truth. So I just put another line saying, even if this were true, which I doubt, because you provided no sources or anything, but even if this were true, why blame the Muslims for it? If you as Hindus are feeling discriminated against for getting less money, why not fight for it and ask the state? Because it's the states that's decided, no? It's not the Muslims. And I put a thing saying, we women don't have many rights in India. We don't blame you guys, but we fight for our rights. So that lit some kind of flame or something. But anyway, finally it quietened down the discussion. But then one of my neighbors put in saying, yeah, we shouldn't be having this discussion on this channel. But the fact is that we Hindus, we have been discriminated against. And we have not been given the same concessions. And I thought, what are they talking about? You hear the Hindu guys saying, oh, Muslims have 4 wives. Is that even a thing to talk about? I mean, can you even talk about it with any kind of face? Like, how can you say, mujhe bhi 4 बीवियां chahiye? It sharam nahi aati hai kehte hue, It's like really weird. So I don't know if these are deep characteristics of our society. I like to think that we are much more accepting. We are much more, the ghule mile jo kehte hain, with other religion and other customs and so on, even though, of course, the separation in the personal and all of that is really quite horrific. So shaadiyan nahi hoti hain, ye sab kuch. But still, we have up till now been, at least modern India, been a relatively peaceful society. Something must be there to explain that. I don't know what it is.
One of the things I pride myself for is having a good bullshit detector when it comes to Hindutva propaganda. So I can guarantee you that mosques, temples thing is obviously made up.
It's made up because one of the neighbors immediately put a thing and which showed it was exactly equal to everybody.
There you go. I had a conversation with a friend a few years ago, which really disturbed me because he was a well-educated, English-speaking friend with an MBA degree and all of that, absolute hardcore corporate types. And he one day told me that, the Muslim birth replacement rate is 9 or something, some ridiculous figure. And I was like, wait a minute, just take a step back and think of the figure like 9. It's not even like, and I happen to know the figures. So I told him the figures and I explained that Muslims are slightly more because poor people tend to have more kids and so on and so forth. But it's incredible that there is not only like, if it was such an outlandish figure about some other thing, say the sale of dosas versus biryanis, he would put his critical cap on and analyze it. But because it is something that is in line with existing prejudices, to kuch bhi chalega. I have a question which I think is sort of, I was saving for later, but seems apt to this as well, to this subject that you mentioned as well, which is that you've pointed out, in your, I think, introduction to Other Side of Silence and elsewhere, that there wasn't at one time as much of partition studies as you would have liked. That people sometimes treated it as something that has happened in the past, or people would sort of say कि ठीक है वो तो हो गया अभी क्या ज़रूरत है, let it be. And whereas people like you and others correctly felt that no, we need to do more of it. And I was wondering that, is that also a part of sort of denial, that a reason to not look back at partition is because it reveals something about A, human nature, and B, our society itself. And we would prefer to be in denial of it because those are truths. You give it a trigger, you light the right match, and you could have that kind of violence and that kind of crime all over again. And I wonder if that denial kind of plays into it. Like when we speak about why have we been such a sort of peaceful society relative to what could have happened, one of my answers is just inertia. That inertia, and like I'm half bong, so at least from that part of my heritage I can say laziness. But that's one of the answers. But what if the core truth about human nature and about our society is something uglier, and that's part of what stops us from looking at partition? We don't want to see that because we're looking in the mirror.
I love this idea of inertia. Actually, it's quite interesting. So, no, you're so right about that. Actually, I think one of the things that about India that I strongly feel is that as a nation, as a people, we are totally unwilling to confront unpleasant truths about our past and even our present. We kind of wish them away. We think, बात नहीं करेंगे तो गायब हो जाएगा. Let it be. And that has been, I think, one of the reasons why, for example, with partition, we've been so reluctant to confront it, to talk about it in ways that might open up things that we don't want to see. So, in a sense, if you look at the Holocaust, you see that you can easily pinpoint the Nazis and the fact that they are the ones who perpetrated the violence on the Jews. So there is a perpetrator and there's a victim. Here there isn't. Everybody killed. People participated in the making of, violent instruments, or also, even my father's friends told us how they made those bombs inside, Molotov things in their flat, Molotov cocktails in their flats and so on. So in a sense, to confront that past would be like saying that we have to come up against ourselves. We have to see our own complicity. We have to see where we went wrong, why we went wrong. We have to admit it. And it's not easy. It's always easier to put the blame on the others. So even when figures are traded, the figures of offense are more lodged at Pakistan's door than they are at our door. And I remember that when, in the early days, when my work on partition was published, there were two scholars working with the Center for the Study of Developing Societies who wrote a piece in Seminar, I think it was, which basically critiqued my book, which is fine, but took the argument that, why rake up all this now? It's done. It's finished. Put it under the carpet and forget it. And we do say that a lot of the time in India, kyun isko khured rahe ho, chhod do, khatam ho gaya. And you think that as long as something is in the past, it'll go away. But as history shows again and again, it doesn't go away. For those people who have been at the receiving end of this violence, that memory is not something that they can easily wish away. That sense of hurt and being wounded and being betrayed is not something that can easily vanish. And it doesn't vanish with time. And it doesn't vanish even with death. Because in a sense, it gets passed on and passed on through generations to families and others. So why is it that we are unable and unwilling to deal with it? And I don't have an answer to that, but I think there is a certain kind of maturity that nations require to deal with traumatic pasts where you have to admit your own culpability. And I think for all our openness and welcoming of knowledge from all over the world and all of that, we've always had this thing that India has a lot to give to the world, but we don't have that much to learn from it. We have our traditions, we have our this, we have our that, and the world can learn so much from us. But we also need to learn from the world, and we don't actually acknowledge that at all. So, in a way, people's histories, people's traumas, especially at the time of the making of the nation, they have remained untalked of. In other countries, you might actually have much, much larger research projects that try to document memory, that try to archive memory, that try to create a record of that time so that we know what happened, so that we in some ways acknowledge that it happened to our own people and it was done often by our own people. But also that in some ways we learn from it so that it's never repeated. That humility we don't actually have. And I remember that when I first discovered the extent of family violence towards their own women and children during partition, I was really surprised at how this thing had kind of just been in the realm of silence. Nobody had talked about it, and yet it was something that everybody knew. And why didn't we talk about it? Because it's so much easier to dress it up as honor killing, so much more difficult to talk about it as murder, which was. And as murder of our own people by our own people. But I think that kind of honesty is really needed. I mean, discussions about partition, even to this day, despite the fact that so much work has been done by so many scholars, that has opened up innumerable areas which, were not apparent to us before. So much work has been done, and yet you will never see an open discussion on television talking about culpability, talking about violence. You'll never see that. What's the fear? But there is a fear. I don't know what it is, but it's there.
As we contemplate the fear, I have no doubt you're right now feeling the fear of having to go on and on talking with me. Let's take a quick commercial break, and on the other side of the break, we'll sort of continue down your personal journey and take delightful digressions as and when they present themselves. Long before I was a podcaster, I was a writer. In fact, chances are that many of you first heard of me because of my blog India Uncut, which was active between 2003 and 2009 and became somewhat popular at the time. I loved the freedom the form gave me, and I feel I was shaped by it in many ways. I exercised my writing muscle every day and was forced to think about many different things because I wrote about many different things. Well, that phase in my life ended for various reasons, and now it is time to revive it. Only now I'm doing it through a newsletter. I have started the India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com, where I will write regularly about whatever catches my fancy. I'll write about some of the themes I cover in this podcast and about much else. So please do head on over to indiauncut.substack.com and subscribe. It is free. Once you sign up, each new installment that I write will land up in your email inbox. You don't need to go anywhere. So subscribe now for free. The India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com. Thank you. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. I'm chatting with Urvashi Butalia on her fascinating life and journey and thoughts. And, we'd sort of covered your early childhood from, Ambala to Delhi and so on and so forth. And tell me now about what happens when you start going to college. Like, you did a BA Literature from Miranda House in 71. You did two masters from DU in 73, and then a South Asian Studies in 77. So tell me a bit about sort of the environment of college and what were you like at this point in time. What was your sense of yourself, as in terms of, what do you want to go ahead and do, and, what does life look like to you at that vantage point?
At the time that I went to college, Amit, I joined Miranda House in, I think it was the end of 68. Yeah, probably around then, to do my a BA in English. Now, in a sense, I had always wanted to study literature because I loved books and literature and reading. But also, in a way, at that time in Delhi University, there were not that many options open to you if you wanted to be in the humanities, social sciences. We didn't have that many courses, and I hadn't yet fallen in love with history. So literature was the option, and that's what I did. The university, that time, it was very important to be on the campus, because the campus was a place where a lot of student activity happened. The police were not allowed into the campus at that time. It was our protected area. And all the universities across India, I guess, but Delhi University, because I was there, I remember very well that the kind of winds of political unrest from across India were touching us all the time. We heard of things, we read about them. There was theater and discussions and all kinds of things. And in the 70s, many of our colleagues actually were very inspired by the Naxalite movement, and several of them left college and joined the movement and went underground. People like me never had the courage to do that, and never also had the wish to do that, because although we found the discussions and things exciting, but I think we weren't that deeply drawn into it. It was also a time when we were, as young women in the university, coming to a realization of issues to do with feminism. So, in one way, many of us, because we were widely read, we had read a lot of feminist literature coming from the West. There wasn't that much available in India at that time. But in another way, we were involved in issues to do with women in the university. Hostel conditions, the fact that women had to come back early, buses. So we fought to get special buses for women, because first we fought to get special buses for students, and then we found that those were fully occupied by these guys who would come early and, block 3 seats like mushtandas and not let anybody sit there. And then when we came in, we would have to ask their permission. So we fought to get special buses for women. So we were involved in, these issues in some ways. In Miranda House, which was actually for me, when we were choosing which colleges to apply for admission to, my only choice was Miranda House. I didn't apply anywhere else. And I had made that choice quite consciously. Partly it was because my mother was there, although she never studied there. As I explained, she lived in the hostel. But partly it was because Miranda wasn't such an elite college. It was a college that had a profile of students from across class and caste. And it was also a college that offered science courses and did not kind of play into the stereotype that women must only study certain kinds of subjects, home science or literature or yewo, even though I did study literature. We were lucky enough to have some fantastic teachers who were quite young people. Not all of them were young, but some of them who were close in age to us, having graduated a few years ago and everything. And they inspired us to do research, to take part in theater, to do lots of things. But we were also fortunate to have some teachers who were older and who were like icons in the university. So one of my tutors, one of my favorite teachers, and when I did my master's, she became my tutor, was a woman called Mrs. Krishna, who was like a legend to us because she had married 3 times. And the third husband was a Russian called Isaulov. And they together had a son called Vladimir. And all of us were in love with Vladimir, although we had never met him. We'd never seen him or anything. She had a picture of him hanging in the house, and we all decided we were going to marry Vladimir. So there was Mrs. Krishna, and she became my tutor. And I still remember that she made me write a paper, and she made me rewrite it almost 10 times. Because the first time I handed it to her, she threw it back at me and said, "It's rubbish, go back and rewrite it." And by the time I wrote it for the 9th or 10th time, I was in tears. And then I gave it to her and she said to me, "Now, this is a gem and don't ever forget that you must write from the heart." And I have never forgotten that lesson. Actually, for me, it was my really important lesson in how to write.
You still have that paper?
No. No. All I remember is it was on Troilus and Cressida. So that much I know, but I don't have it. How would one preserve something from that time? So there was all this political stuff going on, and we were participating in discussions and everything. Miranda House was one of the most political colleges of all. And yet it used to do some strange things. For example, it had a beauty contest for freshers. So when I joined, we all had to dress up and walk the ramp in high heels. That meant walking the rickety old Miranda House stage and be judged by a group of people. And we hadn't yet come into feminism in ways that were to manifest themselves later. So I remember that the first year we didn't protest about it at all. But over time, we began to realize what was happening and we began to protest about the beauty competition. We also became the first women's college to join the Delhi University Students' Union, because the Delhi University Students' Union was seen as, within quotes, dirty and political, and it was dominated by men, but it wasn't yet such a political party-dominated thing. It did have that, but it still had people who were not necessarily, put up by political parties. But we felt very strongly in Miranda House that why should we stay out of this union? Because the university is our space and this union is our space. And so we joined it, facing a lot of criticism, but we did join it. I also became involved in college politics. So in my first year of my master's degree, I stood for college president and won the election, and then was able to try and implement some things. But I learned that college politics, like politics anywhere, can also be a hard and somewhat unpleasant lesson. And that 1 year of being college president cured me of the desire to be in politics forever. So the university was an extremely vibrant place, and a place where a lot of things were buzzing. There was a lot of ferment. And we were, as young women, coming into our feminism at that point. And I finished my master's degree in 1973, and even before I had finished it, went into a job with the Oxford University Press. And that was to shape my future as a publisher in very, very fundamental ways. But it was also the time that, apart from Nakshalbari and others, there were a number of other very fascinating, interesting, inspiring protest movements across India that touched us. So there had been in the 60s and the 70s in Maharashtra the Shahada movement, which was a peasant movement, and many feminists were writing about it, and we got to read some of their work. There was the anti-price rise movement in Gujarat, which was a movement. Thousands and thousands of women came out on the streets to protest against rising prices of commodities. And they brought out their belans and their bartans and their ladles and all of that. There was the Bodh Gaya movement, and some of the women we knew were involved in that, which was a movement of students inspired by Jayaprakash Narayan, and students fighting to recover land and for the implementation of land reform and so on. So they managed to seize about 5,000 acres of land from the Bodh Gaya Mutt. And when it came to redistribution of that land, that's when the question came up of why are the pattas only in the name of men and why not in the name of women, because women have also fought for this. So all this was happening around that period. There was Chipko also. So we got to hear about all of these things. And it was very inspiring, and it was what pushed us into the discussions that led to us becoming feminists, really. And in about 76, I think, when I had been working in Oxford University Press for a few years. So that was also a very interesting thing, actually. I knew by the time I had finished my master's degree that although I deeply loved literature, I did not want to have anything to do with it in terms of a career, because it was only English literature. And the more I became involved in ground level, grassroots type of work, the less relevant Spencer and Milton seemed to me. And I was determined not to do that. But at that time, the only career open to women who had studied literature was to become teachers. And because I was good at my subject, my teachers thought I would become a teacher. But I was absolutely determined not to. And it was pure chance that I had been studying French on the side. And for a very nefarious reason, that the French Alliance Française had a very handsome teacher and all the young women were in love with him. And we thought, okay, we'll get a chance with this guy. And then next door to the Alliance Française was the only one of the few really seedy restaurants cum cafes in South Delhi called Shagufa. Where there were dark lights and, all of that. And we used to be able to go there and meet up with the guys. And of course, there was no place you could get a drink or anything like that. Delhi was very different. The height of being subversive was to get a cup of chai, or not even coffee, because coffee wasn't fashionable at that time. So in my French class was a young woman who worked with the Oxford University Press as a secretary. And she said to me one day, you're always grumbling about not wanting to teach, etc. So why don't you come to OUP? We have some freelance jobs that you can do. So I went along, and the freelance job was a very inglorious thing. I was called a paster upper. And I basically had to paste names like Ram and Sita on top of names like John and Mary to turn British textbooks into books that could be used in Indian schools. And, it was a great sort of skill was needed, because Ram had only 3 letters, John had 4. So I had to paste it somewhere across so that there would be equal white space on either side. And I used to have to work with a glue called rubber solution, which is used for bicycle tires. And I became very familiar with bicycle shops in Delhi. So that was really fun. And actually, in Oxford University Press, when I finished freelancing, they offered me a job as a trainee. And they sent me, the job was in book production with the production manager, who was a man called Adrian Bullock. And they sent me to a printing press. And I completely fell in love with the printing press. And I had carried this unsubstantiated dream in my head of actually wanting to become a printer, and of having a small platen press, which I would put on a table in my room, and where I would print political pamphlets for all my friends who were involved in different political campaigns. Of course, that dream never materialized, but I got the next best thing. And then I decided that publishing is something that I truly love and where I want to stay all my life. So the teaching career was swiftly abandoned. I remained in publishing. I'm there till this day, and I have not had a day when I don't continue to be in love with the profession and with what I do over there. And alongside my work, involvement in feminist groups materialized, and I mean, different things started to happen. We formed groups in Delhi. We started to meet. We started traveling all over India, seeing what other groups were doing. We decided to start a magazine. That was a magazine, Manushi, which we actually started jointly together, 18 of us, and before it was taken over by Madhu. And we then we formed a street theatre group. And we decided to campaign against dowry and rape in mhree different ways, including through the medium of street theatre. So we created a play called Om Swaha, and later we created a play called Dafa 372 or something. I forget exactly the title. And we took it around from place to place, performing and getting people's reactions and raising discussions, but also holding many, many demonstrations along with other women's groups on issues to do with women, because by this time, all of the country, these issues were coming up. In 1978 is when the courts delivered the Mathura judgment in the rape case of a young woman called Mathura in Maharashtra. And when 4 legal professors, Upendra Bakshi, Vasudhara Gambar, Lotika Sarkar, and somebody called Kelkar, wrote an open letter to the Chief Justice saying this is a travesty of justice, because this young woman was... the rapists were acquitted because she was labeled a woman of bad character because she had had sex before. So that open letter acted as a catalyst for a nationwide movement against rape. And we were all drawn into it. We all worked at it. When I think back now, I wonder how we communicated, because we had no methods of communication. There were no cell phones. There was no internet. We did not even have landlines. If you had a landline phone, you had to make a phone call to Bombay. You had to book a trunk call, which cost the earth. And if you needed to get through quickly, and quickly meant 2-3 hours, then you had to book what was called a lightning call, which cost like 4 times the more. So, but we managed to do it somehow and build a campaign, which resulted in 83 in the first ever change in the IPC on the issue of rape. So all of this was, this is a long journey, but starting from college, this is how it kind of ended up in getting involved with women's issues and so on.
So I'll, ask you in much more detail about your publishing career, but first, I'd like to sort of talk about this growing feminism, both in terms of your own feminism and in terms of the feminist movement in India. And one of the things I'm interested in is that how did you sort of begin to develop frameworks to think about the subject? Like, it's one thing to have that instinctive sense of this is just and this is unjust, and there's another to actually build frameworks, read books, build a theory around it, and so on and so forth. And apart from that, how does that theory then interact with what is on the ground? Like you pointed out that a lot of the feminist theory that was available to you was from the West. There was not so much quite at that time from India. And you've mentioned elsewhere that, the history of Western feminism is one thing, but it may be a mistake to take that lens and look at Indian feminism through it, right? Because then you can, make in a sense, that pasted upper thing of putting Sita Gita on whatever can, be a sort of a metaphor for that. And later, separately, you've spoken about how, it might be okay to, have absolute notions like agency is always good. But even there are nuances. That is agency always good when, agency can be used by women to demand or enforce violence against other women, as you've put it. So all these nuances start creeping in when the real world collides with the frames through which you look at the real world. So I'd be very interested in learning about these processes within you, because what happens is, and what I've seen in myself and in others, is that when you discover a framework, a way of looking at the world, initially you're just infatuated. That becomes a hammer for every nail, and you're quick to pass judgment using your framework and so on and so forth. But later, over time, you understand that the world is really complex, and you start sort of modifying the ways in which you look at the world. So tell me about how this process played out for you.
I wouldn't use the phrase that you use, which is when the real world collides with whatever it is that you have built up as a framework. So I think in the early days, even though some of us who had the privilege of being educated and so on had read Western feminism, I think by and large, we were all full of doubt about how those ideas of radical feminism, socialist feminism, etc., applied to us. Because even, for example, if you were to take socialism in the Indian context, it meant something quite different. So while many of us embraced the label of feminism, we were a bit reluctant to embrace the other labels because we didn't quite know where we fit into them. Yet there were people who did that. It's not that everybody didn't do that. The other thing is that we didn't begin with the need for theories. We began really by both noticing what was going on around us and reacting to it. So if you look at the map of feminist activity or women's activity in India at that time, you will see something like Chipko, which you cannot label a feminist movement, even though it was led by women and so on and so forth. And yet, it's something that did deeply influence the history of feminism in raising questions, not necessarily consciously, about the relationship of woman with nature, in raising questions about resources and women's work. Fetching water becomes much more difficult when the forest is cut down and the water level goes down. All of these issues came into our consciousness through something like Chipko. In the same way, the Shahada movement, not a feminist movement and yet dominated by women, and also focused around stories of sexual assault of tribal women, taken from place to place by a ballad singer called Ambar Singh. There were women at the heart of that movement, and they were kind of raising issues. So for many of us who were in cities and who were at a distance from these movements, the questions were, okay, what is the nature of work for women? How do we deal with this question of peasants and their rights? How do we deal? What are the battles that need to be fought over here? How are they different from the battles to do with the environment? Then with the Mathura case, rape became an issue, but at that time there were many things that we understood and many things that we didn't. And the actions that we took were based on the things that we understood. And over the years, the limitations of what we understood became clear to us. So in a sense, our learnings get incorporated into the next steps that we take as feminists. But it's really important to see the history of that, because without a history, it makes no sense at all. So in a sense, I think we were very reluctant to bring to bear on our work frames that we knew didn't apply to them, but we didn't have frames of our own, or we didn't know how to articulate them. What we did have, which we were very lucky with, I think, was the fact that people who were active within the movement were cut across class and caste and were equally academics, let's say, and activists and urban poor and rural activists and so on and so forth. So those perspectives never disappeared. And I don't recall any academic trying to impose a theory on us, but we just had lots and lots of questions. And those questions continue to this day, except that they have become much more nuanced, as you have said also, much more complex. So, for example, with the question of rape, the initial demands that we made in changes in the law, one was in the definition of rape. One was that we felt that the survivor's name should never be revealed because she faces a lot of stigma, and her past sexual conduct should not be in question, and so on. Now, this thing of her name should not be revealed because she faces a lot of stigma may have made sense at that time. It doesn't make that much sense today. A lot of women are saying, why should we be the ones who have to be silent? We should not, we want to speak about it. We should be able to speak about it. Also, the speaking about it somewhere touches on the stigma and lessens it, because if you can speak about it, then it becomes within the realm of the spoken, and sometimes that kind of helps it to become less stigmatized. We don't know, but that does happen. So today we would argue for different things. So when the 2013 amendments came, what did women argue for? Many other things. They argued for a broadening of the definition, but they also argued for the victim or survivor being gender neutral. Because they said it's not only women, it's men and trans people. You can say the perpetrator can be male, maybe, because we don't yet have instances, we don't know. But they also argued for example, mass rape, which we had not taken into account because we had not seen sexual violence happening in political conflict, and we had not seen it. That doesn't mean that it didn't happen. It's just that we were not geared to looking at it. But when we realized it, it became part of the whole thing. Army rape, the question of marital rape. So you see the trajectory, you see how the movement is growing, changing, understanding nuance, understanding complexity, and therefore the actions, activities, demands, all of that are becoming equally influenced by that nuancing. So at that time, we were young, we were innocent, we were naive, and we didn't have any frameworks. Now, I think we have some, but I think that there is still in India not that distance between theory and practice. Because for us, in some ways, what the women's movement has tried to preserve is that theory cannot be divorced from practice. There is no such thing as a theoretical frame and an empirical reality. It's nonsense to think like that, because then you are recreating the power equation and saying somebody has a right to make this frame and someone else lives that reality. That hasn't been part of this movement.
So tell me about sort of some of your early heroes within the movement, like in other interviews, like earlier just now you mentioned Lotika Sarkar as part of one of the lawyers who kind of wrote back to them. In other interviews you mentioned people like Veena Mazumdar, Leela Dubey, Vimla Faruqi, and so on and so forth. So tell me a little bit about sort of these early people and the impact that they had on you, and the ways in which they might have inspired you, and how that sort of through this entire process, what was the sense of yourself developing like at what point, like I guess, you realized literature wasn't for you when you got into publishing and fell in love with publishing and all of that. But in a sense, your entire life has been from where the distant vantage point from where I can see is really a sort of a crusade to make the world a better place for women, and essentially a feminist act. So when did you, like, did you just gradually grow into it without realizing it, and finally this is who you were? Or were there people who sort of inspired you and you could look at their lives and say, yes, I want to be like that person?
There were a lot of women who were inspirational at that time. These were all women of my mother's generation who had taken part in the nationalist movement, who had been part of Gandhi's campaigns, and because of whom we were able to be who we were. So all the women that you have named, Veena Mazumdar for sure. Veena Di was really quite special, and she, in heading, more or less pushing the Committee on the Status of Women and their report on India, she produced something that really was like a catalyst for much of our activism subsequently. And, unlike government reports, usually where you don't have no respect for the people who are doing it because they are often placed there by the state, the group of women who led this was really an independent thinking set of women. And miraculously, they could get that report into the government and into the public domain at that time, almost by a sleight of hand, because remember that this was the time of the emergency. And so much political activity was curtailed. Many of our friends were in jail. It was a surprise to us, we didn't question it, that Mrs. Gandhi forgot about the report and just let it through. But it strengthened our hands quite a lot. So for women who were able to achieve that kind of thing, I think that they deserved our respect. Our politics, like with every generation, were different from theirs. I had a lot of differences with the way my mother's feminism built up. But that didn't mean that we didn't respect who they were and where they were coming from and what we owed to them. And I think that generational thing happens with every generation. Now, how did the involvement in feminism or women's activism and my publishing come together? In actually very organic kind of ways. It's not that I left literature behind. I love literature. I still read. I would, any day like to spend my time just reading. But I found that studying English literature was not where I wanted to be. Had Delhi University at that time had courses which took in Indian, Asian, other literatures, I have no doubt I would have stayed on there. But I was too involved in the politics of the women's activism in India to feel to live with the distance between what I was studying and what my life was. It is you spoke about the frame and the thing. It was a bit like that. The frame was completely alien, and lovely though it was, it bore no relationship to my life. And I tried, for example, at that time to move to studying sociology, but you weren't allowed to make those moves at that time. So that's when I took up publishing, and of course I fell in love with publishing. But then, and to go back to something you said, as we got more involved in activism, we also began to realize that we actually knew very little about the issues we were dealing with. We had no knowledge of them. So opposing dowry deaths and dowry in North India, what did it mean? I mean, we knew vaguely that, शादियां होती हैं, दहेज दिया जाता है. That's about it. But how did dowry take the form it had taken? Was it only actually confined to Hindus? Was it only middle class? Was it rural? Did it cut across religions? Where we knew nothing about this. So being in publishing, I began to look out for books that could help us to understand. At that time, the only thing we had access to were books. We had no Google Auntie, no internet, no nothing. No, there was hardly anything. I remember one pamphlet by M.N. Srinivas and one book on dowry by two writers, I think called Stanley and Tambaya or something. So I began to think, and I spoke to my bosses. And again, this is very interesting, that the kind of what you have to confront or what you have to deal with at an everyday level. My bosses in the OUP were wonderful men, really knowledgeable, open, thinking, generous. I mean, they taught me so much, and they gave me every possible opportunity that could be given to improve my knowledge, other than climbing up the ladder of the job, which they only reserve for the men. But when I talked to them about publishing books by women and about women, they were befuddled and bewildered. कि ये होता क्या है? What do women write, and who will read, and what are these books about? And are women's issues even legitimate issues. So that is when I thought, okay, I'm going to do this myself. And that's where the activism and the publishing seamlessly came together. To me, it was a real stroke of luck, because where do you get a chance to lead your professional life and be politically committed and have those two come together? So I have always counted myself really lucky in this regard. And really, it took some years, of course, for me to be able to do that. And it was also, there's another motivation behind it, which was that even though I completely loved my work and the office and the men and the people I was working with, but it became very clear to me in 3 or 4 years that there would be no upward movement for me if I stayed on there, as there would be for my male contemporaries. So I was watching all my male contemporaries, people like Tejeshwar Singh and others just going up the ladder. And I knew that I was as competent, perhaps more, who knows, as intelligent, perhaps more, who knows, but that this would never be a possibility. So stepping out and starting something of your own, that also fitted in actually very nicely with that.
And the report you were referring to earlier is the Towards Equality
Yeah.
report in 1974. And you recite an anecdote about that elsewhere, where you speak about how, you learned an important lesson from the educationist J.P. Naik, who told you that it's not enough just to have a report out, that you have to hold a press conference while releasing the report so that the world gets to know, take control of the narrative. And in general, how important a lesson do you think that this was? That you can't just do the things that you want to do, but also think about, building narratives around them, and which becomes an especially important question in this day and age, where there are narrative battles everywhere. And therefore, anybody who wants to do anything, whether you like it or not, you have to think about sort of this aspect of it. So, what were your learnings there? And in a larger sense, I also, and we'll come back to your publishing because I want to go into detail in that, but in a larger sense, when we look at the evolution of, feminism in India, you've spoken elsewhere again about how, it evolved from street level activism to building institutions. At the same time, I'm guessing the body of knowledge which activists had to work with also evolved, including things like how do you build narratives and how do so tell me a little bit about sort of this process of evolving from well-intentioned people going out on the streets to, building institutions, building frameworks, getting young people into the fray, so on and so forth.
So that JP Naik incident, that didn't happen. I was not involved in that. That was Veena Mazumdar. And JP Naik actually advised Veena Mazumdar and other members to hold a press conference, which they did, to put out the findings of that report. And by that time, then it was a fait accompli and nothing could be done to sit on it. Otherwise, we might never have seen that report. So it's actually thanks to that strategy that we actually have this report in front of us today. And it was able to go to the UN and so on. Inside the, that was an important lesson which Veena passed on to many of us through, because she was a great support to us when we were setting up Manushi. She provided space and an umbrella for discussions and such like. And that was her advice to us as well, that yes, do the things you do, but also talk about them. Now, I don't think we've been very good at that. In some ways, until recently, I think inside the women's movement, we have kind of felt that, yeah, we are doing what we are doing and we will continue to do that. But that in it is sufficient in itself. Partly it is because much of the time what we were doing was firefighting. Just issues came up, we would react to them, and then they would take up all your energy, then you would do something else, and so on. It's only in recent years, and I think a number of things have come together to build that sense. One of them is that there are a lot of younger feminists who are hungry for literature, information, histories that they don't have. And they are questioning that why has there been so little documentation? Another is that many of us are actually growing older and we are realizing how much there was that we didn't document. It's not to say that we didn't do anything. Obviously, we published a lot of books, many others did. Also, the 70s, the mid 70s were also the time when women's studies came in as a discipline. And India was in the lead internationally in trying to bring women's studies in. And that enabled us to study, to find ways of studying areas which were earlier not seen as legitimate areas for academic inquiry. That is inside the home. All legitimate academic inquiry and research focused on the public world. But now it became possible to study the domestic, the private world, the intimate world. So some literature started also to be generated from there. And then, of course, you have later the coming of the internet. So now that women's organizations, certain kind, have been around for a while, they are all beginning to realize that they also need to house and capture their histories. If you look at something like a much older organization from the 1920s, the All India Women's Conference, they have, in a sense, become such an established institution that something like feminism, I don't even know if the meanings of feminism are debated in there, but a hostel is run for women and all kinds of other things. I think children's home, that kind of thing. But even now, today, they too are feeling the need to document their histories. And so they're putting them together so that there is a record. And I think there is also another thing that we became aware of overall, which was the absence of women's stories, the absence of a trajectory of women's rights in the school curriculum, in academia. So there we were fighting for women's rights, being out on the streets doing things. But we needed to see that we needed to be present and visible in other fields as well. And I think that realization was then what led to a lot of work trying to get women's histories into textbooks. So the changes that came about 10 years ago introduced a lot of stuff about women. Of course, academic books and so on, it's there. And now, of course, in publishing also you find it. So I don't know if that answers your question, because I think somewhere along the way I lost track of it.
No, the question was, also how institutions come up and how that changes the landscape. Because, once you go from, randomly organized groups of activists to actual institutions and institution building, I think a different set of incentives also come into play. And I am, of course, not familiar with the feminist movement and the institutions therein, but I am familiar with sort of some parts of the social sector. And the danger that I see is that you will have an NGO come up or an institution built with the very best of intentions, but then the incentives kick in of fundraising, that you got to do your next fundraising round because that is how you survive, that's what you have to focus on. And sometimes to raise the funds, there might be one area of work which is sexier, so to say, or more in trend than some other area of work, and you have to speak a certain kind of language and you have to go in a particular direction. And the danger there is that you can lose your original sense of mission or what got you out there. And of course it keeps churning, because just as there is culture and there is counterculture, and then the counterculture gets co-opted but more counterculture comes up, I assume that wheel sort of keeps on turning. But so within your movement, give me a sense of, has that been something that is a bit of an issue, where institutions at one level would be a huge advantage in terms of providing the backbone and the support and the pedagogy for young workers in the field, but at the same time there is a danger of mission creep or not having the flexibility to sort of explore as you would?
Yeah, always. I think that's always there, and that has very much been there in the women's movement as well. But I think, in a sense, the yardstick by which we judge the activities of women, those that come out of the women's movement, can't be that different from what we look at elsewhere, because we seem to have a kind of expectation that whatever women will do will come out perfect and ready. But it's not that. We are also learning and struggling. So when the first women's institutions or women's groups were set up, for example, out of the dowry movement anti-dowry movement grew a need for legal aid and counseling of people facing issues with dowry, and therefore legal aid and counseling centers came up. Out of that movement grew a need for shelter homes. So therefore, a couple of shelter homes came up. Now, it is completely true that then to keep those institutions running, other priorities come up which have to do with funding, which have to do with other things, which might compromise what you're doing. And that is an occupational hazard that you have to deal with. I think that it hasn't been an easy thing for feminist groups to deal with it. But what has helped is always keeping your goal in front of you and saying, this is what we want to do. This is really where we want to go. Now, if you've set up a women's shelter and your funder is saying to you, no, I want you to do stuff for children, then the choice is very clear. No? Do you really want to do that? If you don't want to do that, then you have to go and find other money, or you have to find different ways of running the shelter. I remember an occasion where for the women's shelter that was being set up in Delhi, the state has schemes by which they provide funds. And I remember these very tense negotiations going on with the state. I don't recall what came of it, but I think that the center refused to take money from the state eventually, because one of the things that is required for a women's center is to have its address secret so that the women can be safe. But in the state documents, they wanted the address everywhere, which would mean that every clerk, every officer would have access, and it could go anywhere and everywhere. So you couldn't compromise on that. So you had to then give up that kind of funding. So they are faced with difficult choices like that. And some deal well with it and some don't. And that, I think, is with any institutions that you create. Some can manage to hold them to their original ideals and some can't. But I think there's another thing which is very important, which doesn't get talked about that much, and which is how to deal with power, how to deal with hierarchy, how to deal with letting go of power, let's say. So for us, the lessons we learned in the women's movement were the lessons of working collectively. Now, how do you bring collective functioning to bear on an institution where the line of responsibility has to be very clear? And so we had to think about, okay, how do we do this? And that brought up the bigger issue of, let's say, the capitalist world in which we live. And I don't want to talk in jargon, so I'm just going to say this once. And the ways in which corporate organizations function, we are saying we reject all of that. We reject the exploitative dealing with the workers, etc., etc. But are we able to set up our institutions such that they work effectively and efficiently and can give us the results that we are looking for? Or do we need to rethink our view and have, let's say, take what's best out of this corporate world, capitalist world that we don't like, and implement it in ways that tie in with our politics? I think that is a dilemma that many feminist institutions of my generation of women are dealing with today. Trying to figure out, I think in many ways we have kind of understood the business of hierarchy. We have kind of understood that hierarchies do not get removed and are not so easily wiped out. So better to accept them and see if we can implement a hierarchy which is democratic, which is transparent, which is respectful, but which, you know, which is clear about where the buck stops, where responsibility lies, so that you can actually function. And many are accepting of that. But many have still not dealt with or come to terms with, okay, how then do you make a transition? I mean, in Zuban, this is a thing we are grappling with, and I deal with it, think about it every day of my life now. I'm 70 years old. I set up this institution 40 years ago. It has outgrown me. I can see how it has outgrown me, and I can see how it is healthy for it to outgrow me. And there has to be a way for new leadership to come and for me to be able to exit. And that has to be a way that is happy for everybody and that, works well for the institution. But many of us are unable to let go. And what is it we're unable to let go of? Is it power? But we've always said we're against power. So these are the dilemmas and questions that we are dealing with. And I actually find it very exciting and very interesting, because I think it's, in a sense, a challenge for us to see how do we deal with this. So when I think of feminist institution building, I think of the histories, I think of the struggles within the institution, but I also think of something else that I haven't talked about, which is also that what does it actually mean to build a feminist institution? And say, as a publishing house, as long as you publish feminist content, is it enough? And you treat your workers badly and you pay them bad salaries, is that enough? Or do somewhere you have to separate the politics from the professional thing and say, okay, these are people working with me, they need to run their lives, etc. Those are questions also which are very difficult to confront. And I think institutions are dealing with them. But what is exciting for me is we are at least talking about them. How many big corporates actually talk about this? I don't know. Is that structure even set up? Or how many small corporates talk about this? So to me, that's the value of feminism.
I also sort of want to talk about how any movement, any ideological movement, any movement like feminism has also been affected by technology, in the sense that what has happened in the last decade and a half perhaps is, with social media coming up, social media creates a space for what one could call posturing, which is, I've had episodes with people like Kavita Krishnan and Manjima Bhattacharya, who sort of spoke about this aspect of the thing also, and Kavita being at pains to point out that real activism is you're out on the ground, you're doing things, you're doing all of that. But today it's become easy for anyone to pose as a feminist just by putting a few angry tweets up, and boom, you're an activist, you're in the cause. And often that'll be accompanied by all kinds of newfangled theory. But how committed are you really? And when the posturing happens, the incentives of social media will always drive the posturing towards the extremes. So you will always be passing judgment on others because that makes you feel virtuous, and you will always condemn them for not being pure enough, while the real world is incredibly messy. And one sort of distressing example for me was when Kamla Bhasin died recently. And Kamla Bhasin at some point had said something which people felt was politically incorrect, and there were young feminists who castigated her for that and came out against her, and ignoring a lifetime of incredible work and all the women she's inspired and so on and so forth, right? Which is just so. What do you sort of feel about this? Because it is, and I think everyone would acknowledge that generational change is good, that young people bring new ways of looking at things, that you can look at things at intersections where you couldn't see earlier. You can look at how Dalit women are doing. You can look at how trans people are doing. All that is great. Our gaze is sharper, it's deeper. But there is also so much sort of posturing, so much anger, so much shrillness that sometimes it can have the opposite impact. Instead of opening up dialogues, instead of making the veil fall from, letting layers fall from people's eyes so they can see the truth for what it is, it can have the impact of sort of pushing people away. So what is your sense of this? Like, at one point, Manjima, who's studied feminism and all of that, said that these days I don't even like to call myself a feminist because of how the word is, how people think of the word. So what's your sense of that?
See, I think, Amit, there are many things over there. One of them is, I think it's always important to look at history. As my generation of people, as feminists, we were lucky in the sense that as we came into our feminism, we kind of moved into street level activism on different issues. And there was never a moment where we sat back and said, okay, so I'm a feminist, now what? Whereas today, with the increasing kind of difficulty of public protest, particular kind of activism, campaigning, etc., if you you feel yourself a feminist, you feel that you're in empathy with the goals of or whatever, the thinking of feminism, what do you do? What do you do to actually live that feminism? We lived it in our political lives and we lived it in our personal lives. And people's existences these days are so lived on the internet. So then you start sometimes living your feminism over there. I mean, I'm basing this on my discussions often with my students who will say to me, so ma'am, now I'm a feminist, but how do I join feminism? What do I do? And it's a genuine query, because what do you do? There isn't a movement up there that you can become a member of. You can go and say, okay, I want to join this or whatever. So how do you actually do this? Nobody really knows. And then, so that's one thing. And I think another is the kind of space the internet fosters, where instant expression of something becomes your preferred mode, and there's no taking it back, no? So it kind of pushes you into taking positions which you might otherwise, on reflection, maybe put out in a more nuanced way. So I think there is also that. I think there's also a lot of anger. And I see anger as often as a fairly productive emotion if you can actually channel it into discussions and questioning, but sometimes that doesn't happen. And yes, it is true that that kind of anger and what you call posturing often stops discussion and dialogue. And you cited the kind of attacks on Kamla as one example of that. And that's true. Those attacks were extremely hurtful to Kamla. But I think the argument that often young people make, is that you might suppose it were a man who has been like a wonderful scholar, thinker, said all the right things, and then you have a case of sexual harassment against him. Are you going to say, let's, forget this, he's done so much in his life, which is the argument that was used against, on behalf of many people. So why should we kind of have different standards? And I think in some ways, it is kind of incumbent upon those of us who become the targets of this attack to open up the dialogue, to reflect and say, what have we done wrong, etc., all of that. And to see it as something that can perhaps lead to a deeper discussion. But I think that requires getting over the hurt, which is tough, and also sort of telling yourself that this is not personal, But there is a power equation that's kind of being addressed over here. So, after Kamla, incident happened with Kamla, I recall. So I wrote a piece in the Indian Express about young women's activism. And it was written when Natasha and Devangana were released. And I cited many names, but I made a mistake. It was a mistake. I did not mention the names of young Muslim activists. I mentioned Fatima Sheikh, who was Savitribai Phule's partner and who helped her set up schools in the 19th century, but I did not mention Muslim young activists, and I should have done. And I realized that later, and I tried to do it, before the article was finalized, but I didn't do it. I didn't manage to do it. And initial response to that piece was very positive, but then I got criticism, some reproach, and some hurt from young Muslim activists. And there, it was completely justified. I mean, lucky for me that they couched it in terms of disappointment rather than anger. But it wasn't that the disappointment didn't pinch or hurt. But they were right. And, my generation of people, so my colleagues were very upset about this and they said, you must respond. And I said, no, I've written what I've written and they've said what they've said, etc. But they said, no, you have to do them the respect of responding. So I did respond, just a line on our website because I'm not on social media otherwise, just to say that I'm sorry and it was a mistake and thanks for pointing it out and I'll make sure I don't do it again. But in a sense, I think that you have to engage then. It's like somebody attacks you, then either you just ignore that attack or you say, okay, why? And I think if you say why, you keep the dialogue open, but it's not easy.
One of my friends who runs a sort of a discussion group has a ground rule for the group, which I hold to, in fact, be a great ground rule for all interactions, which is assume goodwill, right? And what I find sometimes happening is that young people today, and these are the shallower sort of young people who are into signaling and posturing online, are not really looking for true discussion. They're looking for a gotcha moment so they can, be outraged and they can display their own virtue and they can embrace victimhood and so on and so forth. In your case, these guys might have been polite, but for a lot of people, they get attacked in ways that are not polite. You can have a mob coming down on you. And I think the decent thing to do is assume goodwill. Like if you hadn't put in the name of a Muslim activist, the default assumption should be not that she is biased against them, but that she just forgot. That should be the default assumption, and then you can express your hurt that, hey, we weren't included in a pleasant way, and I'm guessing these guys were polite enough, and then you respond, and I completely agree with that. But what I often see happening is that mobs come down on you because people are just looking for those gotcha moments, and that fundamental principle that I would like to see put in place of assume goodwill, until you actually have concrete reason to believe otherwise. But just assume goodwill, and you can have good-natured dialogues, you can have polite conversation, but, one doesn't see enough of that. And even in Kamla's case, I think that the judgments passed on her were uncharitable and harsh for that reason. I'm not saying that if someone does something wrong, you should excuse them on the basis of having done good things before. I mean, that you can excuse anything with that. I agree with you on that. But I just personally felt that those judgments felt harsh and uncharitable. And sometimes we just need to kind of take a step back, have the dialogue, say the things that need to be said, but in that spirit of we are all in this together, and until you have reason to believe otherwise.
Yeah, I agree on that. But I also think that, and you're right to say that, there are mob attacks and the internet is a very toxic space very often. But see, if we talk about the statement on Kamla, what I wanted to say was, it wasn't only young people, and it's never only young people. It's so, in a sense, tarring young people with that brush is not entirely fair. And in that letter, there were, I don't know how many signatories, 900 or so signatories to it. There were many, many older feminists also, many people that I know who had also signed it. The second thing is, you're right to say that, yes, the person has done so much, etc., in the past. All that is true. But many people may not know that, no? So I don't know how many of the people who would have signed that statement would have been aware of Kamla's history. And if they had just listened to what she said in that little clip that was circulating, I suppose on that they could build a case of tremendous anger. So I'm not making an excuse. I'm just trying to see where this is coming from and why it takes the form that it does. And it could just be that.
Let's talk about your publishing years also, which is so sort of inspiring. And you worked at OUP, you worked in OUP in Delhi, then you worked at OUP in London, and you worked in Z Books in London, doing working in a similar area. But then you came back, and in 1984 you founded Kali for Women with Ritu Menon. So tell me a bit about where that came from. That having sort of in those years the audacity to say that I'll do a startup, and I'll do this kind of startup, which is not going to scale and be incredibly profitable, but I will do this because it needs to be done. Because at a fundamental level, also, therefore, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Kali for Women would seem to be different from all other publishing houses in the sense that other publishing houses would be set up to maybe find people who are already writing on subjects that are already written about. So it's kind of more of the same. There is a market, you're chasing the market. But it seems to me that what would have animated you guys would be that nobody is doing this. It needs to be done. We'll create the market. We'll ask people to write for us. These stories don't exist. They would not exist without us. We'll be the catalyst. So is that a correct characterization? And tell me a little bit then about, what drove you to do it and your early days. Were there self-doubts? What was that period like?
When I look back on it now, I don't understand how I could have done it. I was 32 years old, At 32, you give up a job and start something new with no money. Where does that kind of foolishness come from? And I think, what was it that sort of, you're so bindas ke ho jayega, kisi na kisi tarah se ho jayega. And one of the things I know today, with 40 years of this thing behind me, is that in moments of despair, and of course there are moments of despair because publishing the kind of stuff we do is very hard, and you never know from one year to the next whether you're going to survive, and we have no buffer, no backup. And I despair now and again. I have made 1 or 2 or 3 maybe attempts to try and stabilize the publishing we are doing by trying to get in somebody to invest in it so that we have a little bit of money, a little bit of backing. And nobody has ever shown interest in investing. None of my friends, none of these good friends I know who have invested their life savings in publishing, but they will not put it into women's publishing. So often when I'm trying that and it doesn't work and I despair, then I think, we've survived 40 years without any money. We have only survived on our wits and on the little money that we earn. And we publish damn good books. So it's how have we been able to do that? Maybe that is enough to feel happy about. So that's just when I look back on it. But yes, I don't know what gave me the courage to do it. But certainly the motivation was, as I told you before, that recognizing that there was a huge gap in the knowledge available to us and knowledge about women, and seeing that nobody was willing to fulfill that gap. And so thinking, okay, I'll do it myself. But of course, and in the initial years, it was just me. Ritu joined up a little later. Of course, thinking about it was one thing, doing it was quite another. So I started thinking about it quite early on. And I didn't actually do it. I kept talking myself into it. That's how I do things. I just talk myself into it. So, and then in the middle of all of that came this unexpected interruption that in the form of a Fulbright fellowship to go to the United States and study there. And so when you're 30, that's what I was at that time, you don't say no to a Fulbright fellowship to the US. No? So I was actually on my way there I stopped in London to spend a little time there and met with people from Z Books who I knew, the editor from Z Books, Robert Maltino, who passed away recently. Robert had come to India and he'd met me and we chatted. He knew some friends of mine and everything. And they said, why are you going to Hawaii? You don't know how to swim. You don't know how to surf. Why don't you just stay here and work with us? And that was the aha moment for me. Because I thought, this is what I really want to do. Why am I going to Hawaii? So I gave up on that and stayed on and worked there. And it was towards the end of that stint, by which time I had talked so much about this that there was nothing else I could do but start it. That Ritu got in touch. She was with Vikas at that time. And she wanted to opt out, and she was starting to publish a few books about women. So we knew each other professionally. We were not friends or anything because there were a handful of women in publishing at that time. So she then said, it sounds very interesting. Let's join up. And why don't we do this together? And we decided to do that together. So we had no money and we both gave up our jobs. Or not quite gave up our jobs, continued to do them to earn a little bit of money, but started this on the side and then gradually we gave them up. And Ritu's husband provided us with their garage and he set it up for us and we opened an office. Now, our idea was to publish books by women and about women. And we went out to seek women writers because, of course, very few of them were getting published. So there was no, lot of writers that you could draw on. As you yourself said, most publishing houses publish known writers. We were completely breaking new ground. Nobody could understand what we were talking about. And we started with 2 or 3 books that we had in our head, went out to seek writers. One of the interesting things we found was that women themselves had very little confidence in their writing. So the thing that we had to do was to work with them, to talk to them, to tell them that actually what you have to say is worth saying and convince them of that. And that's how we would sort of manage to get books from them. And we started with just 2 books and then it slowly grew to a few more. We weren't paying ourselves anything. We had no rent to pay, so we had very low overheads. And we had no employees. We got 1 employee much later at, I think, 700 rupees a month, a young man called Jose Anthony, who was in despair because he used to get letters addressed to Miss Jose Anthony, which used to give us a lot to laugh about because we would tell him, now you know what we faced all our lives because we are forever called Mr. Butalia, Mr. Menon. So, and then it slowly grew with some help from a bunch of women who helped us to locate authors, but also because we had so much support from within the women's movement. That people recognize Kali as being their publishing house, bringing out books for them. So they would, go and ask, when is the next Kali book coming out, etc. And people would be really surprised because it was like saying, nobody asks for books by their publisher except for Mills and Boon romances, and we couldn't have been at a further distance from them. So that really was how it started in the early days. We did a bit of jugaad. We farmed out our skills as editors. We earned money. We put it into Kali. And slowly the list grew over a period of time. And because we kept the overheads low, it paid for itself in the beginning. Whatever little we earned could go towards paying the costs. Later, it became more difficult because things became more expensive and we had to think of other ways of doing it.
And there's this lovely story about this book that I heard of for the first time, but I can't wait to kind of find it and look at it, which you published in 1989 called Sharir Ki Jankari. And it was written by these 75 women who came to you. And it was really a book that, showed a woman in a lehenga, and you live different parts of the lehenga, and there are different body parts and explanations about them, demystifying the body, as it were. And in fact, you have this nice anecdote about how you had to find a new printer because the boys at your regular printer would get excited by all this lehenga lifting. So you had to find a printer which had women employees who would presumably get less excited. So, how well did that book do, for example? And commercially, was it viable on its own? Like, quite apart from the fact that, of course, you're not paying rent, you're in the garage, overheads are low, you have one employee, Miss Jose, and so at what point did it sort of become a viable business on its own? And did you get the sense that we are growing a market? We are not just publishing books that don't exist, but we are growing a market of people who want such books, and then that demand will create its own supply. Did you get a sense that, by getting the first few books like that out there, you were inspiring others to write for you, because now there was something to look at and say ki haan ye hai?
Yeah, well, that book, Sharir Ki Jankari, that book was very significant for us in many ways. To me, it still remains one of the most important books we've done. Because in a sense, when we started to publish, even though we were quite convinced that we wanted to publish diverse voices, and one of our first books was a book of translations of 7 short stories from different Indian languages, where Hashweta Devi was published for the first time in English, her adult work. She wasn't as well known, and Ismat Chugtai also. So even though we wanted to do that, it was also clear to us after a few years that really the women we were publishing, it was important to bring out their voices, but they came from our class. And as feminist publishers, we needed to reach out much further. We couldn't be in a country like India. We couldn't be part of a movement that was so diverse and really be publishing only the cream of the thing. So how to reach out? We didn't know how to do that, really. We're thinking about it. And then this book came to us. And these were women who had been part of the women's development program of the Rajasthan government, the central government and the Rajasthan government together. And they had created this book in workshops, health workshops, and they brought it to us. And they told us this story, which I never tire of telling, which is that they experimented. They created 2 books by hand, and they experimented with it in the village. And that's when people laughed at them and said, it's not a realistic book because you never see a naked woman or a naked man in a village. So you've shown naked bodies. How can this be realistic? And that's when they went back and thought about it, and then came up with this ingenious idea of creating a fully dressed woman and a man dressed in the dhoti and with his chest bare. And then you can lift up the dhoti or you can lift up the lehenga, and you see how the woman is made from inside. And then we, our printer did that book, and then all his little boys in the bindery were looking at these things. So we had to find a group of women binders, which one of my colleagues found for us. She traveled all around Delhi and found for us. So that book, actually, we've not sold a single copy through a bookshop. It always went to women at the village level. So we initially printed 2,000 copies. Before we had finished printing, the women had pre-sold 1,800 copies. And we later did more and more. And to this day, I've lost count, but I think between 75 to 80,000 have been printed.
Wow.
Yeah. And we've never lost money on it, but we've never made money on it. We've kind of broken even. Every copy has gone either to an NGO or to women's groups and others. It's been translated into a few languages. It's been pirated. I think at one time it was even pirated by a government because they ordered 22,000 copies from us. And then they came back and said, why can't we print it ourselves? And we said, no, you can't because it's our copyright. And then they canceled the order. So I think they went ahead and printed it anyway, but who knows? So that book opened particular doors to us and also made us rethink. I've also talked about this often. The women imposed 2 conditions on us for that book. One was that we would never make a profit from it. not that we would never make a profit, that we would never sell a copy to a village woman at a profit. She would get it at cost and we could sell it in the market otherwise. The second was that all 75 of their names must appear as authors on the book. And because this was a collectively sourced, collectively written book. So eventually, of course, we were foxed by this demand, but we put all 75 names on the back and the front cover doesn't have any names on it. So that opened many doors and made us rethink many of our assumptions. And yes, we did have the sense that we were creating a market. It was very clear because interest was growing and therefore our publishing was also growing. At which point did it become viable? Well, in the early years, actually, even though we didn't have any funding, any investment or anything in it, we did have some funding. We got, I think, a grant or something of maybe 1 lakh in the first year. And then we did this jugaad of doing different kinds of work and earning money and adding that. So for every freelance job we did, we would earn money for one book and we would put it into Kali. And then we went to the people who had given us funding for this one book and went back to them and said, look, we are now at a point where we think if we can make the leap into being a little bit self-sufficient, but we need a little bit of money. And would you be willing to give us that and not tie it to specific books, but to a number of books? So they agreed and we got about 4 lakhs from them. And we published those books that came out of that money. I think by about year 6 or 7, we were breaking even. And some years we made a small profit, but small profit was like 1 lakh, 2 lakhs, maybe 3 lakhs. That's it. And then, of course, we split after 19 years of working together, we split. But up until the time that we were working together, I don't think we ever made a loss. We just managed to cover our costs and we didn't need to bring in other forms of money to keep it going. But subsequently, we have had a much more difficult time because what started to happen was by about year 7 or 8, when it became clear that there was a market, the profile of publishing had also changed in India and was changing a little more. So the big companies started to come in because when we started, there was nobody. Penguin came in 3 years after us as an independent publisher. And then a few others came in. And then gradually, I think it would have been early 90s or something like that. I forget. Yeah, early 90s when the larger companies began to come in. And then they all spotted that opportunity that, okay, here is a publisher who's created this space. Here are authors. And so they started to take the authors away. So, which of course is in the fitness of things because authors must go, I suppose, where they get more money and more exposure. But it was tough to deal with, you do all the groundwork of sort of locating a writer, bringing them to public attention, and then somebody who has much more resources than you creams it off. It took us a while to be philosophical about that, stop feeling angry about it. But that was what happened, and that is also what made it a little difficult for us to, keep making that investment of finding new people and then knowing that they would go away. And economically, it's not a good model, but it's, I suppose, what we've chosen to do. So.
And, even though you say that we always made a profit or we at least broke even, the truth is when you think of, what economists call opportunity cost, what could you have done instead? Yeah. And instead, I'm sure both of you individually could have made far more money in other ventures, and yet you chose to do this, and therefore it is like a labor of love. And sometimes I think about that and other similar labors of love. And it strikes me that when you are creating value in the world, there should be I mean, I would imagine in my idealistic way that you should be able to get that money back and make profits and so on. I mean, one of the changes I see in the creator economy in the last 3 or 4 years is that people can actually, with their labors of love, without being dependent on mainstream platforms or gatekeepers or whatever, make enough money to get by and be independent, and myself being an example of that in a sense. So, when you sort of look here now at 2022, like you guys split and you founded Zuban in 2003. You even had a big hit with Baby Haldar's A Life Less Ordinary, among many other books that were coming out. But now when you look back at what technology has done, where technology in a sense to some extent has dissipated attention, maybe people with creative urges, women creators, can find that there are other ways in which they can express themselves and tell their stories and not necessarily write a book or do it in print. When you look at the landscape today, what do you think? Like, do you think that if you were young today, if you were 20 today, would you necessarily start a publishing house which would bring out books? Or would would there be other things that would excite you? What's your sense of this?
Well, I think even at 70, there are lots of other things that excite me.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make it sound like that.
No. I couldn't resist that. But no, but you're right. I think if I was to start something today, it certainly wouldn't be only books. I think one of our, and by our, I mean the collective community of publishers, not just us in Zuban, one of our failings has been that we have been so reluctant to let go of the printed book, giving it a permanence, which actually historically, when you look at the development of publishing, you see how the form of the book has changed over the years. So from being on, let's say, palm leaf manuscripts or vellum, which we didn't have in India because it was the skin of the calf, it has moved to paper. So when it moved to paper in about the 18th or 19th century, it moved for different reasons. And one of the reasons for moving away from, say, vellum was how many skins you needed to make one book. So how many animals needed to be killed to make one book. And it moved to paper. Paper was seen at that time as an impermanent, fragile material. Now we see it as a given and we see it as something that has permanence. But now what is happening, I think, is another historical development, which is that we are moving away from paper. And in the move away from paper, it's again in the fitness of things, because paper destroys so many forests, needs so much water. So much though I love the form and shape of the book, and there's nothing quite like the sense of holding a book and reading it, I also know that this is something that we have to rethink. And that there are other ways of putting out knowledge and information, and that we have to think creatively about how we can survive on those other ways, exactly like you say. So I think we're at the cusp of thinking about that. I don't have any ideas. I know that this is something we have to think about. And that's why I also feel a sense of urgency for, people of my age to find a mode of exit, because then you kind of liberate the thinking and more possibilities and opportunities can come up. So I hope that that's going to happen, because the thing is that whatever form or shape it takes, as long as people read, that's the important thing. And as long as we can keep putting out content, feminist content about women, then how does it matter what form or shape you put it in? I'll still have my bookshelf, till the day I die, and then it'll go to somebody else. But that's the thing we have to think about. Yeah.
That's the circle of life and growth. Let's sort of talk also about the books that you've written and the work that you've done. And I was particularly sort of fascinated by, all the work you've done on partition, including The Other Side of Silence. And so tell me a little bit about how your interest in that came about. I mean, I know you were researching for some film project, and then you kind of started looking into this, and then it just grew and grew and grew and took a life of its own. So tell me a bit about what drove you to, sort of explore these areas. And of course, your mother had her own stories. There was your Rana Mama, which is a story with which you begin the book. So, was there that personal history sort of driving the process, or were you just sort of, as soon as you started discovering these stories, you couldn't help yourself but dive into these rabbit holes? What was that like?
Well, there were two or three things that actually opened up this area for me or made me start thinking about it. One was that film I talk about, which was a documentary that was being made by two friends of mine, a guy called Peter Chappell and another guy called Satti Khanna. So Satti apparently wanted to make a film on people's memories of partition. And Peter is a cameraman and director, and they got together. And they were coming to India to do the shooting, and they got in touch with me because Peter's then partner, and Peter and I were good friends, he and his partner and I were good friends. So Peter then asked me if I would be willing to help them with a bit of research, because even though they were coming, they hadn't actually done the research to identify people to talk to. So I did a bit of that. And the area, I started to hear very interesting stories. I traveled to Amritsar, I went to Karnal, I walked and talked to people in Delhi, I went to Kanpur, I think a few other places, and started listening to stories. So something started, raising questions about this in my mind. And I've always liked to listen to stories. And just around that time, I think a little bit previously, I had worked on another film, which was with Salman Rushdie. Very interesting. So Rushdie, not many people know this, was making a documentary, the first documentary he made on Children of Midnight, because later he went on to make another one. And this was the first one he made with a director called Jeff Dunlop. And for some reason, Dunlop got in touch with me and asked if I could help them to identify people across India for this film. And I said no, because we were also in the throes of setting up Kali. And then he said, okay, could I just help them to look in Delhi? So I did that for them. And again, I found a few people in Chandni Chowk and other places. And again, that kind of opened up, just stories about the moment of independence, although these were people who were born on the 15th of August. So they didn't have any memory of that time, but it's just that mahal and that context. And then, of course, came Indira Gandhi's assassination. So that was the real catalyst, because when she was assassinated and the city became like something I had never seen, with a kind of lurking violence beneath the surface, which in the kind of sheltered existence that I had led here as a middle-class woman, I had never suspected that it could be there. And suddenly I could see it. We walked out of our home and you could see buses lying, carcasses of buses on the road, tires burning, and all of that. And the city came to a standstill, really, because the administration just collapsed. And lots of citizens got together to set up this group called Nagrik Ekta Manch, which kind of spontaneously came together, and they used to meet at Lajpat Bhavan every day. And they got permission from the police to work in the places where affected people were and to try and provide relief and that kind of thing. So we all joined up, and my group of 5 or 6 people was assigned the Shakarpur camp, which was across the river near Gita Colony in a school. So people in Shakarpur who had been badly impacted, they were all moved from their houses into a school, which was closed at that time because it was Dussehra vacation. So I worked there, and my specific task was to take down people's stories for compensation claims and such like. And that is the first time that I started hearing about partition, with people just eliding the two, saying it was like partition again. And then they were talking about 84, but they were talking about 47 actually. And it just kept coming back and back, and I started to think about it. And that's really when I also started to talk to my mother for the first time, to say, what was it like? And we'd heard her stories all the time, but just ignored them. And she was also surprised to hear of this interest, but gradually she began to open up about it. And then I took the decision that I was going to go and see my uncle in Pakistan. And it took, till that time, I had no idea of a book in mind. I just wanted to, talk to him and see him. And it wasn't until much later that I started thinking of writing a book. Initially, listening to my uncle's story, bringing it back to my mother and her siblings, their resentment, their anger, then turning into, affection, love, all of that. I watched all of that in fascination. And I started just talking to people randomly. It was completely a random thing. Any academic would trash it, saying there was no sample, there was nothing. I just went from story to story. One person told me something and said, talk to this one. Then I would go there. And I became like these antennae, I would be walking somewhere and I would see two people, or one person looking that age, and I'd go up to them and say, where are you from? And I learned to recognize this question they answered with in Punjabi, saying, hune ya piche, meaning now or then, and realize how time was divided in their mind according to before partition or after partition. And so people were generous. They told me stories. It wasn't until much later that I started recording them. But once I started recording them, then it kind of added up. And then I discovered this Gurdwara in Jangpura, where the survivors of the March 47 Rawalpindi attack had come and they had settled in Jangpura. And I used to live in Jangpura, when I came to Delhi in the early days, and didn't know anything about this. But then went to the Gurdwara, where every year on the 13th of March, they have a ceremony to remember the survivors of partition. And from there, I got to know a lot of families and talk to them. So it was just like that. But also it was not concentrated research. It was spread over 10 years because I was working and I had no funding for it because I was not doing it through some academic thing. So there would be months when I would do nothing. And then I'd hear a story and I'd go and talk to that person, and that would become, an ongoing interaction. So on all academic counts, it was completely the wrong thing to do. Research spread over a long period, random stories, no pattern, no sample, no nothing. But at some point I decided, who cares about academics? I can't be bothered. This is a story I want to tell. So I told it in my way.
You'd earlier in this conversation, you referred to Heer Ranjha, and in the context of, your writings on partition, you also reproduce this beautiful poem by Amrita Pritam called I Ask You Waris Shah, and and of course, the author of Heer Ranjha, and I'll just sort of read that out because I love it so much. Let your voice rise from within your grave. When one Heer died in Punjab, you penned an epic lament. Now that hundreds of Heers are being violated, why are you silent, Waris Shah? I ask you, Waris Shah, let your voice rise from within your grave. Stop quote. And to me, this poem is as important for us to understand partition and what it did as a historical document would be, as an academic paper would be. And in your essay for the latest edition of the book, you spoke about how you realized that you would have to go beyond academics and beyond history to understand and document partition. You cited James Young, who was writing about the Holocaust and how do we remember the Holocaust, and his point was that we have to go past history. We have to, quote, know the Holocaust through its literary, fictional, historical, political representations and through its personal testimonial representations, for it is not only the facts of any event that are important, but equally how people remember those facts and how they represent them. Stop quote. And I found this wonderful fluidity in all your writing on partition as well, where, just as you've been courteous enough to avoid jargon in our conversation today, is written in simple language, as your early teacher advised you in college, is written from the heart. And so what was then your approach towards form? Was it something that you arrived at organically over a period of time, that I'll let the story tell itself and all of that? And, or Did you start with a particular conception ki, the academic point of view one might have thought about, or this is history, I have to tell it? Like, another thing that I really liked in your work is that you weren't hesitant of putting the I in there, putting the personal in there. This was your journey discovering all of this, and you put that in there, and that makes it so much richer for me. Whereas, conventional historians or journalists might say don't use the I and all that, but you're engaging with all of this because this is a living history also. So tell me a bit about, how you evolved to your approach towards this.
So, Amit, as I said, that the research and thinking and writing and talking to people was quite random. Then there came a point when I took all the material I had. And one of the things that I made sure I did was I transcribed each interview myself. I didn't want somebody else to do it for me. I knew the material, I knew the people, I wanted to be close to them. So I transcribed everything myself. And I just let the material sit there and steep until it could suggest a pattern to me. It wasn't easy because I thought of many things. And one of the things that I thought of was that I would include, the full text of all the interviews and let them speak for themselves. But then I changed my mind about that. And it was my editor at Penguin also who advised me on that and said, don't do that because the interviews will start sounding alike after a while. And that was true. So eventually, I think what I did was that 4 or 5 of those interviews I decided were the ones that were going to inform what I was doing. And quite honestly, I didn't know until I started writing it what form it would take. All I had in front of me was the Rana Mama chapter, which I had written and which had been published in Granta. So in a sense, that was both enabling and quite defeating because that chapter, was there as a done thing. Now, could I change it? Could I expand on it? Should I just leave it? What should I do with it? And then I decided that, okay, I would append my mother's interview to it. And suddenly that structure revealed itself to me. And that was what led me to using basically one detailed interview with each chapter that I did. I didn't know that, I didn't know when I started writing whether the interview would appear at the beginning of the chapter or at the end of the chapter. And as you may have seen, I do all of that. In one chapter, it appears at the end. Another one, it is the beginning. Another one, it goes right through the chapter. So I just let that thing work itself organically, really. Some of the things you do, you don't realize. So, for example, until one of the readers of my book, when it went to an American publisher, they sent it to an academic to read. And that academic wrote a report. And one of the things she pointed out in it was that every chapter starts with has a single word title. I didn't know this. I had just done the titles. It was not a conscious thing. When she said that, I thought, oh, wow, yes, it does. Suddenly something kind of revealed itself to me in that. But I think the structure really just grew organically. When I look back on it now, like when I was talking to you about Kali and saying when I look back at it, I don't know how I had the courage to do that. When I look back on this now, I do not know how I wrote this book in the interstices of time that I had, because I was fully occupied in my job in Kali, in working on it. And it was long work days. But I would come home and then I would sit down with it in the time that I had and write it. And that sometimes that time was half an hour, sometimes it was an hour, sometimes it was a little more. And at the end of it, I don't know how it flows like that. But perhaps it's because it was just a very deeply felt book.
There's this lovely reflective para in your new introduction to the latest edition where you write, quote, everything is different. The person you were when you wrote the book, the context in which it was thought about and written, the viewpoint from which you are looking at it today. If you, as author, are different, so too is the external environment in which the work took root and shape. So much has changed in 20 years. If in the India of 2 decades ago the fault lines of our nation state were beginning to become visible, today the divisions are full blown and growing. Stop quote. And I won't ask you about the environment and the fault lines and all of that. What really interests me is how you talk about how you changed. The person that you were changed. And I'll ask you this a larger question, not just in the context of the book, but throughout this journey, how what are the ways in which you have changed as compared to, say, the 20-year-old, Urvashi? Like when you kind of look back at that person, what are the different ways in which you've changed, the things you've learned, and what is there which is essential to you, which was at the core of that person then and is at the core of this person today?
My feminism, it's what I breathe, what I live, what I believe in, what I try to practice. And I'm not just saying it like that, it's a question for me in every action I take in my life. How do I deal with people? How do I learn to listen more and more, and learn to reflect on what I'm listening to and take action only after that, etc. So that the feminism has remained at the core of all of this. I wish, hope, think, imagine that what I have lived is a feminist life to the best of my ability. But of course, that's not something that I can judge myself. What has changed? Well, I think everybody changes, which is a cliche, of course. I have become much less of an angry young woman, but that change started coming into my life long before I became a feminist. I still think back, I used to be a really bad-tempered, angry person and would shout and scream and lose my temper and bang doors and all of those things. And I still remember that when I was 12 years old, my elder brother sat me down and gave me a lecture on this and said, "Why do you do this?" And the funny thing is that he is extremely volatile himself, But I listened to him and I thought, yeah, he's right. Actually, it's me who's doing it, It's not other people who are at fault. And from that day on, I began to change. So I sort of became very even-tempered. But when it's not that I don't lose my temper, but it's completely the opposite, that I have to have my back to the wall. I have to be driven with my back to the wall before I get angry. And then anger usually means silence. So when I'm annoyed with my printer for that he's done a terrible job with something, he will know that madam is not saying anything. To unko bahut gussa aa raha hai.
So the other side of your silence is anger.
Quite possibly, I hadn't thought of it like that. But yeah, otherwise, I think I've just grown into becoming more tolerant, more open, more mellow, all these things that come with age. I have to say that I have enjoyed the process of aging more than I imagined it. When you're young, you think, budde ho jaoge. But with every decade that has come upon me, I have actually really enjoyed that. But in the writing of this book, when I said in the book that the person that you are is also different, in many ways, there is so much more that I have learned about partition in the years that intervened between the writing of that book and my coming back to it to revisit that story. And you realize that there is just so much you can explore in something. And that also leads you to a whole range of other areas. So in a sense, I don't know. It's difficult. I don't know. How am I different? I really don't know, because I think I'm really the same person who has just grown older and wiser and has become more tolerant and more receiving of, more accommodating of difference and of different views and more able to engage in those kinds of conversations. But, I'm still rotten at the internet. I mean, of course, I use email and all of that, but Instagram, Twitter, ये मैं सोचती रहती हूँ that, Butalia, you need to do this to actually be where young people are and to understand what they're doing. But it kind of defeats me and I don't do that. So I'm eager to learn, and yet some things I'm reluctant to learn. I set myself a challenge that before I turned 70, I would learn cycling, because I missed out on cycling when I moved from Ambala to Delhi. And so I did. I taught myself cycling. And that's okay. But the internet, I haven't yet conquered in the same way.
I think both of those are the right decisions. Cycling, of course, it makes you healthier and you get fresh air, though I don't know Delhi mein kitna fresh air hai. But internet also, I think not using it too much is a feature, not a bug, because it is such a distraction. So you'll get much more work done if you don't take up Instagram, Twitter. So, trust me. So a couple of final questions. My penultimate question is something I usually end the show with, where I ask my guests to recommend books, music, films that have meant a lot to them, to me and to our listeners. So not necessarily a best of list or anything like that, but things that are close to your heart and that mean something to you, that you cherish. Could be books about feminism, could be books about anything, could be Mills and Boon, could be any films, music, whatever. What is close to your heart?
This is a question you should never put to a publisher, because there is no way I can answer this. Every single book that I have published, that we have published, is really close to my heart.
Let me make it easy for you so your authors don't beat you up. Nothing you've published can be included in this.
I know, I knew you were going to say that. But even so, I read so much and read so eclectically and so widely that it's really hard for me to pin down anything. And for years, I have avoided this question. So now you're putting me on the spot and I really can't think of an answer. But let me see if I can. Music, films, I love music and I love listening to all kinds of music. And I, at one stage as a young person, harbored, like every young person does, the desire to be able to sing and all of that. I'm useless at it. I think I'm tone deaf. I can't sing or to save my life, although my family is very musical. But I love listening to music, and Hindustani classical music is really what I listen to a lot. One of my favorites is Kumar Gandharv and his Nirgun Bhajans, which are wonderful. And also some of the, Bulle Shah and others sung by Nusrat and Reshma and so many others. Those are things that I love because those are somehow also so reminiscent for me of Punjab and of the close links between Pakistan and Punjab. So those really move me and I can listen to them endlessly. At one time, I was very taken by the, when you start reading, so I'm not a religious person at all, but the Ik Onkar that comes at the beginning of the Granth Sahib, when you start opening the Granth Sahib and reading it, I was very taken by Harshdeep Kaur's version of it. And I made it my ringtone on my phone. And my colleagues gave me so much grief for it. And they kept saying to me, turn that damn thing off, enough, So finally I had to give it up. When I got a new phone, the ringtone changed anyway. Films-wise, I don't know, but I would say some of the Guru Dutt films, Chaudhary Ka Chand, Pyasa, these are wonderful, wonderful films, which are very moving also. I also say that because I have a very dear friend who's worked on Guru Dutt and has shown me, talked about those films and broken them down for me in terms of light and song and all of that. So some of those are rather wonderful. And long ago, I watched a film that stayed in my mind. I don't think it's a Bollywood film, but a Hollywood film, but it's an English film called A Question of Silence. The reason it stayed in my mind is it is a film in which two women randomly kill somebody in a shop for a particular reason and are then defended by a woman lawyer. And it kind of stayed in my head because it speaks to the routine small acts of violence that women face every day, and what you were talking about, the cumulative anger, and how that anger sometimes finds an outlet in a completely irrational act. I saw it a long time ago. I don't even remember when. And I would never think of it as my favorite film. But because you pushed me to think of a film, that one came to mind, so I'm mentioning it.
I'm glad I pushed you. I can't wait to watch it myself. And my final question, a two-part question really. If there are young people who want to work with you, how do they get in touch? And if there's anyone listening to this who actually wants to contribute to your cause financially, then how are they to do so?
So young people wanting to work with us, I mean, they can just write to us. There aren't that many opportunities in Zuban because it's a small organization. Up until 2 years ago, we used to run a very good, even if I say it myself, but a very solidly thought out internship program. And we used to advertise that people could apply and we would then do a selection. But it went for a toss because of the pandemic. And now we are thinking of reviving it. So it'll take us some time to get that back on track because we want to do it properly. In terms of jobs, also, what we are doing is we are trying to make Zuban a genuinely diverse and inclusive space. So we've taken a decision that for the immediate future, whatever jobs we have will be in reserved categories. And we've already done 2 jobs like that and maybe 1 or 2 more. So people get very frustrated because they can't understand why why this reserved category thing. But it's an important thing to do and to me, it's part of the feminism that we want to practice. But the jobs in Zuban are rare, and we don't do projects on which people can work, but they can always write to us. We are pretty good about that, and we will get back to them and tell them what's possible and what's not possible. And in terms of people wanting to contribute financially to Zuban, I mean, we would welcome it and they can do that. And what they can do is we actually don't have the bank details up on our website. But if they write to us, we can give them those and I'll put them up on the website also. And we do have ATG and 12A, so they can get a tax rebate on that if they want to. So that would be great because we sound like we are very successful, but we are poor as church mice. And we can always do with more funds, but that's not the most important thing.
I think in financial terms, you may be poor as church mice, but looked at in other ways, I think you are rich and you've enriched the world. So thank you for coming on the show, Urvashi.
Thank you, Amit. Pleasure talking to you. Really enjoyed it.
If you enjoyed listening to this episode, share it with anyone you think might be interested. Check out the show notes as well. Enter rabbit holes at will. Do explore the books published by Zuban and do also pick up Urvashi's book, especially The Other Side of Silence, which I loved so much. Urvashi, with much wisdom, has stayed off social media, but I am not so wise. You can follow me on Twitter at Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.